beautiful day. It's a beautiful day.
Turn it up. It's Sports Day with Dan Day.
I want to apologize to every single lifelong Dolphins fan who since, and I marked the date, December 1st, has walked up to me, no matter where I'm at, Dolphins tailgates, because you know I go to every Dolphins game for the press, whether I'm out doing trivia or DJing, and that's pretty much every night of the week, whether it's at Funky Buddha, Downtowner, 26 Degree Brewing in Pompano Beach, Duffy's Implantation, whether I'm at dive bars like the Deuce, Lost Weekend, Bob's Your Uncle, On the Rocks, whether I'm eating, Cafe Prima Pasta, Blossom, News Cafe, no matter where I'm at, even here at the radio station, every single lifelong Dolphins fan since December 1st that has come up to me and said, I know this Dolphins team, and just started shaking their head. And I looked at him and I said, stop being a drama queen. You're overreacting. You're caught up in the moment. This is not your same old Dolphins team. He just kept looking at me with these sad eyes and saying, since December 1st, once again, I marked the date, I know this Dolphins team. I want to apologize to each and every one of you. You do know this Dolphins team. You have been part of their misery for now 24 straight years. And last night was a culmination of that. Defeated in every single aspect of the game except for penalties, which we won. Congratulations, Dolphins. Tell me, did the Dolphins win any aspect of the game last night? Any other than the penalties? Outcoached, outplayed, out everything, outclassed, out everything. You don't want Taylor Swift on the screen. You want to boo-hoo about the weather. Win some games. Win some games that count in the past 24 years. This is going to be a no-holds-barred look till 4:45 about what happened last night, and it was nasty. And I'm the nice guy. My cousin Vladimir Lewisson warned you and told you that there's going to be some repercussions. That's why right now I'm stepping aside. I need a deep breath, Vlad. You take it.
Well, told you this was going to happen. I said this. I said after last season's 5-game losing streak, you got in the playoff. This season had to be different. Let me say this right now.
Yeah, please.
Dan, can I say that Skylar Thompson played better than Tua Tagovailoa in the wild card game?
I don't know, man.
Yes, Skylar played better than Tua did last year in the wild card game. Second, this is exactly the defense played well. Defense kept you in it.
Much maligned, much injured defense. The saddest part of this team.
They still
greatest show on turf,
they
by
kept
the way.
you in it. But what happened? The offense didn't do anything.
Greatest show on turf, Vlad.
Or surf, right?
Or surf, whatever
Right.
the hell. Go take the names away. Garbage is what basura is what we call them down at Gov.
Offense didn't do anything.
Nothing.
They did absolutely
Outside of 153.
And I'm gonna be petty. That was an underthrown ball. Thank God it was a pass interference. And
Pass interference and Tua had to come back 15.
And Tyreek had to come back. It was bad, bro.
I can't even get my players straight right now.
It was
Go
bad.
ahead.
It was bad. It was bad. Bad play calling.
Don't let Mike McDaniel off the hook.
No,
That was
bad.
the most unoriginal. Go
It
ahead.
was bad, bro. It was bad. And that's why when I said early this week that the streets need a body, this is why. This is why. There was no adjustments made by the offense, nothing whatsoever.
No.
I can't put any blame on the defense. And even though what did I say yesterday on the preview? You know what's gonna happen, right? Somebody's gonna catch the ball for the Chiefs. Somebody's gonna finally catch the ball.
Look, the Chiefs did their part. Kelsey dropped a bunch of passes.
Right, but you know what? But when they had to make the plays, they made the plays.
MVP.
Right.
Rashee Rice. You
Rookie.
got done by a rookie from TCU in the cold-ass weather. MVP of the game. Not Patrick Holmes, who's the league MVP every year. Not one of the greatest tight ends of all time, Travis Kelce. Not Andy Reid's mustache, which caught more boogers, snot, and liquids than anything. No, Rashee Rice. How you going to let Rice get you?
And Pacheco running the ball, the offensive line. This was a winnable game by the Dolphins.
Kansas City was not world beaters yesterday.
No, they weren't world beaters, but they showed up. And I'm not going to say the defense didn't show up. Defensively, I think they did show up, but eventually it was going to get to them. But the time of possession, Kansas City, they ran the ball. They made sure they ran the ball. And
actually, I take that back. Give Kansas City credit. Everyone was waiting to see what the teams would do first thing, first punch. What did Kansas City do? The smart thing. They went out and started throwing the ball. They opened up the offense. What did we do? Set, hut, handoff. Set, hut. Oh, yeah, by the way, our running back's not 100%. That doesn't matter.
And
hand the ball off.
And excuse me.
Go ahead.
The weather is terrible, right?
Oh, don't get me started on those.
Why are you throwing?
Why are you throwing
side? Why are you throwing east-west?
Throw it.
Why were you not going downhill? Why are you going east-west?
Patrick Holmes, Andy Reid, they understand the weather. Guess what? North-south, not east-west. Mike McDaniel,
throwing the ball like
and the weather
behind the line of scrimmage.
Part of the bad passes was the weather. Part of it to his nerves.
Yeah, but guess what? If you know that, I'm not throwing that. I'm not doing any of those plays where with the wind. The way, no, nothing like that. They weren't going downhill. This was bad, bro. I'm sorry. This was bad.
There's no excuse. There was no excuse. Vlad, did we win any aspect of the game last night besides the penalties? Any aspect? No.
And then once again, third down convert. No.
1 out of 12. That's but hey,
in the last two
games, better than Buffalo. 0 for 8. You finally got a third down conversion in garbage time, in basura time. Congratulations, Mike McDaniel. Offensive genius. Yes, I'm overreacting. Yes, I'm angry. 24 years now. There's a whole generation of Miami Dolphins fans that have never seen their team win a playoff game. That's sad. And what you showed last night was even more sad. And don't you dare. And I warned everybody yesterday, don't you give me this weather nonsense. Why does Buffalo get to get their game moved? You know what? You could have had a beautiful weather game last night in your home stadium if you'd have taken care of some business. Dolphins fans and Dolphins, it's time to start taking accountability. That's why we haven't won a game in 24 years in the playoffs. Take some accountability. Beat the Bills. Beat Baltimore. Easier said than done. Beat the Tennessee Titans. It's all you had to do. Win one of those games. And you can't boo-hoo about the weather. And actually, the weather, to me, wasn't that big of a deal, to be honest with you.
No, it wasn't.
No, I mean, both teams seemed like they were pretty okay.
Yeah.
So, and another thing, if you want to boo-hoo about the weather, win some games. Beat a Tennessee Titans team with Will Levis as their quarterback and Vrabel, who got fired. Win a game against the Buffalo Bills, who only scored 21 points, luckily, and you couldn't even get that. Couldn't convert a third down. Only had 4 possessions in the second half.
No.
The streets need a body, Vlad. Let's get some bodies.
Streets need a body. Streets need a body.
So, play it again. I'm sick of this.
Streets need a body. Streets need a body.
See, nobody wants. Listen, I'm sorry. 9-8 last year, 11-6, but you had everything in your hands.
Oh, but the defense had too many injured players.
I'm sorry. This is
the defense played great.
I'm sorry. This is an epic failure. This is a disappointing season for the Miami Dolphins, and I'm not. Whatever you want to take shots at me. Oh, you can't let a New Yorker Jet fan. No, I'm gonna tell you why.
No, you can't talk.
You were 11-6. You had everything at your disposal. Everything was within reach. You controlled your own destiny. You could have had the top seed. You lost. You got blown out by Baltimore.
That's okay. Hey,
fine. All right,
that's
cool.
fine. Don't get mad about that.
You could have held, if you had beaten Tennessee, the AFC East would have been yours.
And
but fine, you know what?
Second seed and a home. No worry about weather.
Okay, fine. But
throughout
you know
the
what?
Playoffs, unless you go to Baltimore.
Once the 1 seed was out the way with the Baltimore loss, guess what? Sunday night, home against Buffalo,
everything
against the bullies, not the new bullies of the block. They've won the AFC East the last 3 years. It's your chance to shut them up. It's home. You win, you get the 2 seed. So you don't even have to worry about any type of situation like you did yesterday.
But Vlad, it's not fair that Buffalo gets their game moved.
Before we get to that.
Who gives a crap? That's not about you. That has nothing to do with us.
You wouldn't have to worry about that if you took care of business last Sunday.
Take care of business.
And you did
Stop blaming other people.
It's
not Hard Knocks' fault. It's not the fire at Tyreek Hill's
By the way,
fault.
Hard Knocks is a curse.
It doesn't matter.
It's the new Madden curse.
It doesn't matter. Take care of business. Time to start taking some accountability. We lost that game. We got murdered. We didn't take care of business at the end of the season. We had terrible play calling. We got out coached. Man, you know how Eric Spoelstra looks at Joe Mazzulla and all these other guys licking his chops like, woo, I'm going to eat their lunch.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Andy Reid had that look in his eye when he looked at Mike McDaniel last night with the gold rims.
last 3 weeks,
Mike McDaniel, take it down a notch now.
John
It ain't
Harbaugh.
cute no more.
John Harbaugh.
Yep. McDermott
McDermott.
out coached the hell out of it. I don't want to hear this. No, he didn't. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did. He
Yeah, he
disguised
did.
his defenses.
You
And
know
did
why
all
he
that.
outcoached him? Because even with his quarterback who was giving them turnovers and everything. Because remember, Buffalo, that's the thing. Buffalo had more turnovers than the Fins. And they still lost. And the Dolphins still lost the game. And then yesterday, in the weather, first possession, Kansas City let you know they weren't going to be afraid of the weather. They threw the ball. Like he kept on throwing the ball and let you know they were here. Defense did their part. They bent, but they didn't break. They didn't break. It could have been nastier. It should have been.
Oh, yeah.
It could have been 30. It could have been
48
a 30, 40
to 7.
Right.
Could have been 48 to nothing
But
if
they
Tyreek
did
Hill
their
didn't make an
job.
adjustment on the ball.
They did their job of holding Kansas City to field goals, but the offense didn't do anything.
Okay, so 305-567-0560, the number to text. Of course, we're live on YouTube and Twitch. We have a lot of comments. Ray Finkel just went in. Yeah, but what's the answer? That's a good question. I don't know. I think Tua's still our quarterback, although he shouldn't be the highest paid player in NFL history now. Can't go to the table and ask for that if you're Tua Tagovailoa. Mike McDaniel's still our coach. I still believe in him. I still believe he looks like a second-year coach and not a long-tenured coach like Andy Reid. Vic Fangio, the defense looked good despite having tons of injuries. What's the answer? I ask these questions now. Vlad, we said we answer a lot of questions with a win. We also end up with a lot of questions with a loss, with a blowout loss. Then you have a lot of questions.
We talked about this yesterday. You also mentioned it with Grieper on you did a great job with the post game last night, Game Day Uncensored. There's ways of losing.
Mm-hmm.
There's context. You got to look at a loss in context, right?
Yep.
What did I say yesterday? If you get your ass blown out,
yep. And I said, no way.
Somebody streets need. I'm sorry.
Streets need a body. After that,
listen.
I doubted you for a while, and I apologize. And I apologize to lifelong Dolphins fans for not believing them when they told me I know this team. I'm sorry, Vlad. The streets do need a body. There's no excuse for that last night. Oh, it's cold. We're injured. No, the injured part of the team. And you know what? Get Javon Holland, have Bradley Chubb, have your whole defense. They're still going to give up at least 10 points, and you still lose the game. Outside of a 53-yard underthrown, terribly thrown ball that Tyreek Hill had to make a move and was so badly thrown that he got pass interfered on and then had to still make moves to score the touchdown. Outside of that play, what did you do that you liked yesterday? A couple of Raheem Mostert runs?
And answer me this question. Why has the offense for 2 years in a row now looked totally different once the months December and January come out?
On a Sunday, very fitting, I opened Game Day Uncensored with greatest show on surf. Why, oh, why have you forsaken me? What has happened? Oh, and by the way, it was the weather. Well, a week ago against Buffalo, perfect weather here in South Florida. We had 14 points. We were able to muster an extra touchdown. So don't come at me with this, well, it was the weather or it was the circumstances. I'm trying to glean positivity. Maybe this is it. Maybe the Chiefs, they're grizzled veterans that know. They lied in the weeds all season long, knowing it's all about the postseason, and now they've come to play. Maybe that's what happened last night. Although they didn't look like the greatest team in the world, Mike McDaniel, his play calling since that Tennessee game has been suspect. The defense has looked good despite the injuries.
Let's see. The Jets, after that Jets game, you beat the Cowboys 22-19, I believe.
Yeah. No, 22-20.
22-20, right?
Yep.
5 field goals. Ravens game. What? 2 touchdowns?
I mean, what is it? 59-19?
But 2 touchdowns?
Yeah.
Bills game.
2 touchdowns.
2 touchdowns?
Yes, sir. Beautiful weather, by the way. Beautiful weather.
Chiefs. 1 touchdown.
Almost like a half a touchdown, it seems like.
Offense has not looked good once the months of December and January comes, and I'm going to say it. F it. I'm going to say it.
Go ahead. I mean, you can. I mean, Dolphins fans.
One thing I will say, and it's McDaniels is way better than Flores, but the team under Flores played better down the stretch. They ended the year strong.
Yeah, but this team has more games, more meaningful games down the stretch, though.
Right? Fine. And in these meaningful games down the stretch, these last 2 years, they have not won them.
Sorry, Olivia Dunn was on TV just now. I needed something.
So
to take my mind
I'm not saying, oh no, this is not saying about McDaniel's way better coach than Flores. But what I'm saying is this team down the stretch has not finished strong in the last 2 seasons.
No, you can't argue that. And once again, Chase One is on the YouTube asking, yeah, but what's the answer? We're going to try to figure that out.
I know the answer. Listen.
No, you're going to give it to me. Give it to me. Go ahead. Say it. Just say it.
I think McDaniel should stay.
Okay.
But I think McDaniel, Tua, you don't have to worry about Tua. Tua, they picked up his 5th year. You don't got to worry about the contract as of yet. But next season is do or die for Tua and McDaniel. That's it.
Tua balls out last night and gets a win. Or just plays
Not
good.
even. They just play. He plays
good.
good.
Gets a win. He goes to
not
the
even get a win. It's not even get a win. I didn't expect him to win.
I did.
I didn't. But I expected them. I expected the offense to give me more than 7 points.
Tua balls out, or at least plays really good last night. They get a win. He can go to the table in a couple of weeks and say, I need to be the highest paid player in the NFL. You got no better options. I'm the best there is. And you probably have to pay him. Now, it works for both sides now. Dolphins go and say, you want what? No, man. No. Look what you did. Look at that. We can't make you the highest paid player. Answer me this honestly. Are you better than Patrick Mahomes? Obviously not. He showed you head-to-head 2 times this year. Are you better than Joe Burrow? Don't think so. He's made a Super Bowl. Are you better than Jalen Hurts? He's made a Super Bowl. Who else do we want to go? Let's just keep going down the line. Tua, are you better than Josh Allen?
Nope.
He beat you twice, especially in a big game.
Look, he's right now, if you're looking at Tua, he might be the 5th best quarterback in the AFC.
I still think he's an elite quarterback.
I don't know if he's elite.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not saying elite. I'm not saying elite. Okay. He's not better than Mahomes. He's not better than Allen. He's not better than Jackson.
I'm sorry, Lamar Jackson. I hate to leave him.
He's not better than Burrow.
He's not better than Burrow. He might not be better than CJ Stroud because that rookie looked pretty darn good yesterday.
So, all right.
Nah, he's better than CJ Stroud for now.
But CJ's they both played one playoff game, and one guy put up points and led his team win to a victory. But right now, he's either the 5th or 6th best quarterback in the EFC.
What are our options, though? Who are you going to get? Last night, people were saying draft Penix from Washington.
No.
Calm down. You're ride or die with him. Mike McDaniel's our best option. I don't care about Harbaugh. I don't care about Pete Carroll. I don't care about Bill Belichick. Don't want to go that direction. I still believe in Mike McDaniel. I still believe in Tua Tagovailoa. I'm searching for answers. How are we going to change this narrative and everything that's going on? Like, I refused it all year long. You can't beat good teams. You beat up on the little teams. By the way, I know it needs to change. This team needs to, coaching staff needs to know how to make adjustments. The second you get them off their game plan, they're like a deer in the headlights.
Bro,
they don't adjust to anything.
And this is another, and
it's ridiculous.
And once again, if Tua taps the ball more than once, if he doesn't get his first read,
and there was a couple nights where he just forced it and he threw it to where it was supposed to be and the receivers weren't there and he just
the interception was just,
and I saw I should have known early in the game. They tried to run Waddle like behind the line for like a kind of an inside screen, and Kansas City blew it up, and Tua looked like he had no clue in the world what to do. Like he had no second options. He just kind of looked around and just withered away and ran out of bounds. I was like, dude, you got to have something. Like, the coaching staff doesn't say, okay, look, if the team is smart and they blow up, Waddle on the inside screen, look downfield for this guy or this guy or this guy. Nope, none of that. Tua just, and then ran and fell down. It's like, Great job, man.
I mean,
Great
look,
job. Great job.
I like McDaniel.
I think he's our coach. I hope he's here, and you should hope he's here for 20 years because
But-
that means he's going to figure things out and he's going to be a great coach.
Mikey fit. I don't know if it's good in December or January, but khakis are. I'm just saying. That's all I've been stating this whole week. He's a good coach. But if Boss Ross wants to holler at his Michigan alum, he wants to talk to Mr. Khakis.
All right, Vlad, hold that thought. Up next, we're going to get some really quick headlines to kind of catch you up to date because there is more than the Dolphins going on in the world. Then we're going to talk about khakis coming to South Florida next on Sports Day 560 WQAM.
Streets need a party.
Streets need a body.
It's that bounce right here.
Windy,
Time to move on.
6 to 7. Real quick headlines about everything else going on in the world. Then Vlad's going to tell us about khakis, SpongeBob SquarePants coming to Miami possibly. I don't know. After last night, maybe that is what we need. Dolphins steamrolled. Come at me and say they weren't. 26-7 by the Chiefs last night, making it 24 years since the franchise has won a playoff game. They last defeated the Colts 23-17 in overtime in 2000. Also yesterday, the Texans, Vlad, you saw that one coming, blew out the Browns 45-14. Here's a positive. Of the 4 starting quarterbacks yesterday, Tua wasn't the worst of the 4 starting quarterbacks. That one belongs to Mr. Joe Flacco, who throws 2 pick sixes at the beginning of the second half and just totally eliminates his team from the playoffs, who a lot of people thought were sleepers to possibly make it to the championship game. Never mind. Today at 4:30, you get Packers versus Cowboys. Then at 8, Rams, Lions. Oh, yeah, by the way, if the Lions win today, the Dolphins have the longest drought in the playoffs because the Lions haven't won a playoff game since 1991, but they get a home game today against the Rams. So if the Lions win today, your Miami Dolphins have the longest drought in the postseason in the NFL. That's a very dubious distinction right there. Tomorrow at 4:30, I don't want to hear it. Buffalo and Pittsburgh. Beat Buffalo at the end of the year, and you don't have to worry about weather. The reason they canceled the game or postponed the game is because of the fans, not because of player safety. Get over it.
Hell, Buffalo would have loved you to beat them last week. They would have been able to play. They would have been in Miami. They wouldn't have to deal with the weather they have. Nastiness. This is all because you didn't handle your business. You didn't TCB. You didn't take care of your business. Look what happened.
You let Vanilla Ice get you. Will Levis and Mike Vrabel.
They scored what? 15 points in under 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Monday night. That's the other thing. All your stuff, all your losses have been on national TV. So when the media like the Stephen A's and the Colin Cowards call you out, they're right. They get to be right.
As a Dolphins fan, I can't say much right now. Eagles and the Bucks, they do battle tomorrow night at 8:15. Oh, you want me to pile on more, Vlad? Panthers' 9-game win streak ended last night.
Oh, my God.
Losing 4-1 to the Devils. The Ducks are in town for a little Martin Luther King Jr. Day matinee tomorrow.
Oh, there's a game tomorrow, huh?
Yeah, get a little 1 o'clock action. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
Okay.
The Heat host the 8-28 Hornets tonight at 6. Jimmy Butler doubtful, Tyler Hero and Kevin Love questionable, Kyle Lowry probable. The team will honor Dwayne Wade's Hall of Fame induction at halftime. Then Friday against the Hawks, they're going to retire Udonis Haslam's number 40.
Nice. Good week. Big week for the Heat.
You want good news
For
right
Heat
now?
legends.
I got some good news for you. Washington State quarterback Cam Ward had declared for the NFL draft, then decided better to transfer to the U. He will join current Miami quarterback Ja'Cory Brown and FCS Albany University transfer Reese Hoffenbarger in the quarterback's room. The Canes, they face Florida because we don't have any football for a while now, Vlad. Canes, Florida, week 0, Saturday, August 31st. More good news. Canes basketball team defeated Virginia Tech 75-71 yesterday and will host Florida State Wednesday at 7. You want more good news? Lionel Messi and Luis Suarez trained together for the first time as Inter Miami teammates. Now, listen to this winner talk, by the way, from Suarez. He spoke with the press. He believes the Herons can win 4 titles next year: MLS Cup, Leagues Cup, CONCACAF Champions Cup, U.S. Open Cup. The team is headed to El Salvador to take on their national team Saturday at 8. Dolphins can't win a playoff game. Inter Miami, they've already won a championship this year. They're talking about winning 4 of them next year.
Wait, why am I working on Martin Luther King Day?
Why are we all, Vlad? Why are we all?
I just looked at the schedule and I was like, wait, when you said the Panthers are playing, I'm like, oh, that's nice. And I'm like, wait a minute. Does that mean I'm working? And then I looked. I am. Oh, this is messed up, bro. Come on, Len.
Remember the time on Juneteenth Day we had a nice round table of
Oh my God, it was me, Omar Kelly, and Brian Monroe.
Yeah.
And you.
that like, threw me and the moderator. Like, oh, thanks, guys. Appreciate that.
Jeez.
Real quick, the Mets are said to be interested in former Marlins slugger Jorge Soler. Panthers goalkeeper Sergei Bobrovsky has been, for the 3rd time in his career, named to the NHL All-Star Game. He's going to join teammate Sam Reinhart at the festivities next month in Toronto. Did you know the Australian Open started this week?
Yeah, I saw that when
Novak Djokovic squeezed by against an 18-year-old Croatian in 4 sets.
I didn't see. Yeah, I saw it flipping through the channels and after the Dolphins post game, and I was like, oh, Australian Open begins, huh? That's right.
And Vlad, one special for you because I know you love these stories, these headlines.
I.
University of Miami's Dominique Starter has qualified for this year's Olympics in Paris in the sport of windsurfing. She did so at the U.S. trials, which are being held right down the road of the Miami Yacht Club.
Good luck, Dominique.
Vlad's going to be in the
windsurfing?
Get that airbrush shirt, Dominique Starter. The
windsurfing. Okay. Anything.
Somebody actually invited me to the trials the other day. They're like, come on out to the Miami Yacht Club. I work there.
You know what? I would probably go.
I ain't gonna lie, Vlad.
I would go. You know why?
Bring a bad one with you. Drink some
champagne.
No,
I wouldn't. There's unbelievable bad ones there.
Oh, so don't bring sand to the beach.
No,
or
bro,
sand to the yacht club.
That ain't no. Dude, look what you said. Yacht club. That ain't no regular sand.
Yeah, you ain't drinking Busch Light.
That's some good sand.
Yeah,
that's some expensive sand.
I mean, when I say Busch Light, I'm talking about beer.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be very clear.
I get it.
Speaking of, real quick, we're going to take a step into today's spot that we're getting to these khakis, man. Whew.
Day spa. Ooh.
I need a break, man. I'm all tense.
Dolphins definitely need to go to the day spa.
They need that, man. An Australian woman recently found a large venomous snake in her husband's underwear drawer.
I thought you were about to say in her husband's underwear. I was like, huh? Wait, what?
Lucky her.
All right, good for you, man. All right. Are you complaining?
Don't let it bite. All right, Vlad. I know a lot of Dolphins fans are flying off the handle. They're upset.
Are we gonna? You know what?
Let's just take a break, man. We're getting a little crazy. We're gonna talk khaki pants. Oddly enough, khaki pants in South Beach next here on 560 WQAM.
Hey, down on the corner over there, it's Crancy's Corner, hosted by
Our smart speaker.
This is not a quiet storm that we are feeling in South Florida today. For real, Vlad. I'll tell you this about Mike McDaniel. I thought maybe there was a method to his madness last night with play calling because he threw a lot of east-west, screen passes.
Oh, Jesus.
And I kept being like, why is he doing that? And then maybe about like in the beginning of the third quarter, maybe that first drive, I said, oh, I see what he's trying to do. He's trying to establish the run game, but he doesn't just want to hand it off. He also wants to get Tua in a rhythm. So what he's going to do, it's like a de facto long handoff. He's going to start throwing these screen passes. He's throwing these screen passes to get Tua kind of in a rhythm, also kind of get the ground game going, and then going to progress from there. Well, it never really progressed. Tua really kind of airmailed sometimes. That one interception, by the way.
Oh, he airmailed that up. Let me ask you this. Is the Dolphins offense, their passing game sets up their running game when it should be the other way around?
Yeah, it does.
Because
it does.
If you're second, you've been second in the NFL rushing the ball. And in a game like this with the weather,
which I think you should pass in. Go ahead.
You should be. I think you should be balanced. Kansas City did that, but they also
they were balanced, but they passed first.
But they ran the ball as well, though.
Yeah, Pacheco was downhill the whole way. By the way,
dude, I don't care if my quarterback throws for 35, 40 times in conditions like this, as long as I make sure my running backs have at least between 20 to 25 rushing attempts, I'm going to be happy. I'm gonna, even though it might not be balanced, but it's at least in today's NFL balance.
Yeah, today's NFL
60-40, you know, but no.
Answer me this, Vlad.
Go ahead.
One team moved north to south last night. One team wanted to move east to west. Which team you think wanted to move north to south and did attempt to move north and south?
The team that won. The team in red. The defending Super Bowl champs.
So what team kept going east to west?
The team that's not used to the cold like this. The team that was coming from South Florida.
Mike McDaniel, huh? Okay, which has a lot of people questioning right now. Mike McDaniel.
And this is very annoying because he comes from the San Francisco 49ers tree, right?
You think Kyle Shanahan would have called those plays?
No, we've seen Kyle Shanahan take a Niners team to Lambeau, cold-ass Lambeau, and mollywop the Packers.
Was that the Kaepernick year? No, wait, when was that?
Any year,
yeah. You've seen Mr. Irrelevant, Brock Purdy, become MVP.
He did it. And then you know who else? Well, you said Kaepernick, and another former Niner coach. He went to Lambeau and many other places.
Jim Harbaugh.
Anytime he goes to a team, his team can go anywhere.
They go deep.
It could be 1,000 degrees in hell, or it could be minus 2,000 degrees in Antarctica.
All right, Vlad.
They'll have them ready.
We still think Mike McDaniel will be the coach next year. We still think he should be the coach next year, but do make a case for why, if the Dolphins really want to shake things up, why Khaki Pants should be running around South Florida.
Khaki Pants listen, man, he's the best coach in the NFL. He's probably the best coach in football right now. I would take him right now. Even though we like the guys that are retired or been let go.
I like Bill Belichick.
They've been let go. They don't got a current.
I'm also messing. I don't think he's the best. I think Andy Reid's the best after last night.
I don't know if Andy knows what's going on sometimes.
That mustache knew what was going on last night.
Yeah, big snot.
That's nasty.
Big snot.
But guess what? That's a coach that's locked in and not worried about gold rim glasses and shoes and socks.
But he's also
pants, legs up.
He's got enough,
Guess what? That's a coach who's worried about winning.
He's so round that he's got enough,
He is a walrus, bro.
He's got enough to deal with these extreme conditions.
Buddy, you know why he had that drip too.
I was about to say
you gotta warm up. You gotta get fired up for the game.
I don't know if that was Kansas City. And that might have been some Kansas City fire right there. It wasn't no Columbia Fuego, but it might have been some Kansas City, some barbecue fuego right there.
I ain't gonna lie. If it comes out that maybe he had a couple walrus.
Oh, he wasn't vaping, menu.
If he had a little walrus, a couple walruses before the game, if it came out, I'd say
Cocaine Walrus.
Ooh, that's a good movie.
Cocaine
Walrus.
It could be
Cocaine Walrus. The Andy Reid story. That man, he was getting focused. He was warming up for the game. Hey, you know what?
But by the way, it was also bad to see like Andy Reid, no face mask, nothing. He's got his mustache all frozen.
Balling, man.
And then Mikey Fit. I call him Mikey Fit because he was wearing his Nike Fit as athletic fit gear.
He looked so stiff.
He looked so cold. And
why
everything.
did Andy Reid look cooler than Mike McDaniel? Oh yeah, that's right. Because they were winning 26-7. Okay, Khaki Pants, go.
Khaki Pants is good, bro. He's the best coach right now. He just won a national championship. The ties with Boss Ross is there. He wants to come back to the NFL.
Ooh,
what happened?
My man, Nuclear Nick. I did see that. Actually, I was with my friends Giuseppe, Nathan, and Kelly last night. Nuclear Nick was the dude that had the sign freezing my fins off. And she actually made a comment. She's like, "Oh, that's a cool sign. It says freezing my fins off." I saw that in the
Oh,
crowd.
nice.
Nuclear Nick,
Congratulations,
what the zip,
bro.
brother. Oh, there's a positive from last night. Go ahead, khaki pants, go.
There you go. All right, good for you, Nuclear Nick. Khaki Pants wants to come back to the NFL. He wants to coach. He lost that Super Bowl to his brother. He wants to be one of those guys who've won a Super Bowl and a national championship in college football. It's right. The college football wants to get rid of him. Him and the NCAA are having a beef that's gonna seem to go on for another year or two. So he might want to bounce.
Let me ask you a quick question. The last very successful college coach that got out of Dodge,
Pete
before
Carroll.
the sheriff. Thank you. And what happened with Pete Carroll? How did that go in Seattle?
Well,
Super Bowl.
He just got. He won a
Super
Super Bowl, and
Two
could have had
Super Bowl
two
appearances.
if he didn't do Pete Carroll stuff, and then that's why he was let go.
I mean, if you promise me a Super Bowl, I'll take whoever. I mean, I'm trying to. I don't want to say something very I hate Nick Saban, but if you and actually that's a bad idea because he was here once before. But if you tell me someone that I absolutely hate, but promise me that he or she will come to the Dolphins and win a Super Bowl, bring it on.
You want to see a championship. You want to see.
And I hate Jim Harbaugh. I like Michigan. I don't like Jim Harbaugh. But go ahead.
Okay, you may not like him, but doesn't his track record show that when he comes to a team, he sets a culture, he sets a foundation, and he gets his team to win, and they achieve their goals.
Gets his most out of his quarterbacks.
Any type of quarterback.
Whether it be Alex Smith, whether it be Colin Kaepernick, whether it be McCarthy over there at Michigan, always seems to get a lot out of his quarterbacks, and they always seem to be a lot worse when he leaves. And he has a winning style that proves to be better later than early.
Yeah.
He has a shelf life, though. He's very, very
it's very 4 or 5 years.
Very agitating.
4 or 5 years and it's over.
Didn't matter if he was winning in San Francisco. They ran his ass out.
He had to go.
But you promised me 4 years of possible playoff wins, since we haven't had one in 24 years now, and maybe an appearance in an AFC.
Not only am I gonna promise you wins, but I'm gonna promise you a swagger,
a toughness. Okay, this is another thing. Take that finesse off their name. The Dolphins are soft. I'm sorry, you lose the right to be called a finesse team after what happened to you last night. And the Kansas City Chiefs aren't bullies.
But they ain't soft either.
They ain't soft.
They're the champs. You can't be soft if you're the champs.
Take off finesse. Am I okay with that, Dolphins fans? I'm a Dolphins fan. Take off finesse. You were soft. You were soft. You've been soft all year.
Wow. If I said it,
thank you.
If I said it, Tyler Invest, you see, good. Thanks for the tweet. If I said it, I'll be called a hater.
But you lost the right. You lose the right to say you're a finesse team when you went out there and did that last night and got beat in every aspect of the game. And no one's even arguing with me. Did we win any aspects other than penalties yesterday?
It's me, Seppi, wrote, Ross would rather his pro team suffer than his college team be mad at him. He's not getting Harbaugh. His college team won. He's good. His pro team needs to win.
All right, Stevens, I take that back. The defense was not soft last night. They didn't play world beaters.
No, they didn't break. And I gave them, but in a game like this, if your defense is still keeping you within, because look, like we said, this game should have been a blowout. It should have been a blowy. And he did.
I usually love a blowy, but I just did not like it last night.
It should have been a blowout, and the defense kept them within striking distance.
Much maligned defense, by the way. Too.
No, not even much. Forget much maligned. Injured defense. It was an injured defense where they had to pick up two guys.
They had dudes that literally were playing in an arcade a week ago. They were at an arcade. They were at a Dave & Buster's drinking and eating wings and playing video games, and they show up and start playing, and literally their only job just rush.
And this is it. And then this is it. And
that Patrick Mahomes.
So when you see that, right, bro? When you see that, does the defense look at they love their offense? They know that the offense gets all the praise. They
Greatest show on turf.
Right.
Can't convert a third down. 1 for 12 on third down yesterday.
Early in the season, the defense was maligned, and then the defense showed up and improved dramatically to the point where they were a top 10 defense, maybe even top 7.
Yeah, top 5.
Top 5. There you go. So when you have that's what's so frustrating if you're a Dolphin fan. As a football fan, yo, if I have a top 5 off, if I'm a fan of a team and my team is a top 5 offense and a top 5 defense,
You should win a playoff game.
we should win the division.
Yes. You should win something.
Unless the other teams in my division are so extraordinary that it's just like, all right, man, it just so happened I fell in a team at a time where the team's going 15-2.
I was gonna say you got to be in the greatest.
14-3. But dude, the Dolphins should have been 12-5.
Vlad, if
or
you have a top
13-4
5
at
defense and a
worst.
top 5 offense, and you don't win your division,
And
you got to have the greatest division of all time. 'Cause that means the other 3 teams are tops better than you.
And you should be able to be hosting a game and in the playoffs. And you should also, if you have a top 5 offense, even though the game is more physical, you should be able to score more than 7 points. That is terrible. Like, think about it. Over the last 3 weeks, they scored what? 19, 14, and 7. So they scored 40 points over the last 3 weeks.
Greatest show on turf. Mike McDaniel's a genius. Okay, let me tell you this too. I'm tired of the headlines. I don't even want to talk about the cold anymore. And we've already gone over this. Number 1, it didn't play as much of a deal as many people thought it would.
No, it's cold. Everybody was dropping passes. It wasn't like, you know what I mean?
Number 2, you could have solved that problem very easily by beating Tennessee, Baltimore, or the Bills. No excuses. The play calling was garbage. It was because of the cold. Stop making excuses. I don't want to hear it. The freezing, one of the coldest games of all time. No. Taylor Swift was out there balling out with the windows open.
By the way.
And then don't show her dancing at the end.
Hold
don't
on.
let them dance.
Miami.
Hurricanes.
Dolphins.
You don't want to dance.
How y'all gonna let Taylor Swift start swag swifting? She wasn't even swag surfing.
She deserved it.
She was swag swifting.
Okay, let me tell you
She
this.
took the dance that you guys do at the Hard Rock, and the Chiefs turned it into theirs. They turned this into Fontainebleau. It was Club Live in KC last night.
Miami
Nasty work.
Hurricanes mentality. You don't want T Sweezy, swag swifting or whatever.
Swag swifting.
Don't let her do it. You don't want us beating you by 50. Don't let us score. You know what? I had no problem. Actually, I think Peacock did a good job not showing her at first. And then at the end, they waited. They were lying. They're like, you know what? We'll give the people what they want at the right time. Then at the end, they started showing her a lot. Heck, it was more entertaining than the game. Sorry, Dolphins. It's upsetting, man.
Sappy, you're right. They had it. They finally control their own destiny and they folded. We literally had the situation we've been waiting for years and they blew it in classic fashion. This is a bad way to end the season.
I wouldn't even say it's a bad loss. You're right. The way to end the season from Baltimore on, it's been bad.
Not even Baltimore, bro. Like, if you really look at it, Tennessee, because that Tennessee loss bites you in the ass. That Tennessee, dude, I can't believe a loss now, in retrospect now, obviously, I can't believe a loss. There's actually a loss that knocked out Mario's not taking a knee. Mario not unbended knee lost to Georgia Tech. I can't believe that there's a loss right now that actually is worse in South Florida. But that loss to the Titans pretty much cost you.
It happens to every team, though.
All right, but now when you look at it, because it started, man. It was like it's like the root that festered. All of a sudden, boom. All right, you beat the Jets, you beat the Cowboys in a game that was good. But then what happened? Big game against the Ravens. Well, I really think you could have snuck up.
You did not even.
No, they did show up because the game was 7-0. It was 7-0, and then it was they had the 10-7 lead, and that was it. That's the problem. That's another annoying thing.
Because you can't counterpunch.
No,
your coaching staff just.
If you look at the losses this year for the Fins,
it started with Stephon Diggs.
But the Buffalo game,
they
took the lead. Buffalo took the lead. Miami responded. Miami actually took the lead twice. Exactly. So it was like, all right, cool. Maybe the defense wasn't the defense that it is now. Guys were missing. Guys didn't know their role. They were still trying to figure out Fang's defense, and Jalen wasn't there. Fine, cool. The Philadelphia game. Philadelphia, if you look at it, Miami played well. Miami was there. Tua didn't make plays.
Tush Push got you.
Okay, cool. Fine.
Hey,
and then
you lose. You win. And then
that turnover, the interception where two guys were running the same route. One guy should not have been there. If he wasn't there, it might not have been an interception. Fine. You can fix that up. That's something you learn during the season. You clean that up. What was the third loss was to the Chiefs?
Third loss was to the Chiefs.
Okay. You didn't
21-14.
show up in the first half.
Had a chance to win.
Tyreek's fumble. And that's another thing. A lot of losses happen when Tyreek does something, either a fumble or doesn't catch the ball. So that's another thing where your great players got to be great all the time. But you came back in the second half. You had a chance to win it. You didn't. Tua didn't come through. All right. What's your next loss after that? Tennessee. Monday night, where everybody's looking at you. You have a chance to really take a major step in the MVP, either Tua or Tyreek.
A game where also you play terrible, but
actually had a 2-possession lead.
And you think, you know what? This is
with 2 minutes or less left in the game.
This is a sign of a good team that's clutch. Even though they played terrible, even though Tyreek was hurt, even though Tua's been bad, we're finding ways to win.
And that loss started festering in their heads, their confidence about, oh my God, what happened last year is about to happen again. And that's why when you watch the Hard Knocks in season, when you hear these press conferences, when you hear when the questions talk to the players, they're all saying they're not going to allow the downslide that happened last season happen again. The Tennessee loss happened. Fine. You beat the Jets. You shut out the Jets. Everything looking good. Boom, boom. Right? You even sat Tyreek and won. So you even shut out. That's the thing. You shut some of the narratives of like, oh, you're so Reek-centric. Oh, you guys can't do anything without Tyreek. Boom. You beat the Jets 30-0. Then a game in the Fraud Bowl, the major Fraud Bowl. All right, super fraud.
Yeah, if Dallas loses today, then that one crown jewel win of the season is terrible.
Super Fraud Bowl, great game, right?
I think both teams are good, though.
I think both teams are good, but neither team really showed up against really good teams.
No,
right? Whoever had the ball last
relied heavily on their home field advantage.
Whoever had the ball last was going to win the game. Tua did lead them to a drive, even though it was aided by a couple of penalty calls that helped. So, you know what I'm saying?
That happens.
And all you needed was a field goal. You won. Great. I really thought with the Ravens playing the Niners on that Monday night, Christmas night,
they would be spent.
They would be spent, especially if they win. Maybe they overlook the Dolphins.
Exactly. That's what I was hoping.
Miami
were.
Miami went down and scored. First possession. First possession, they scored. Baltimore countered.
Harbaugh had that team ready.
Second possession.
Coaching.
Tua puts it right in Tyreek's hands.
Yeah, and he dropped it.
He dropped it.
And that happens. Look.
But you know what? It happens, but guess what?
You need that. That's clutch.
When you're going against another alpha,
you need that.
You can't mess up.
Yeah.
And that messed up because that should have been a 13-7, 14-7 game. That ended up becoming 10-7. And then what happened after that? 14-10.
Downhill from
And then it was downhill after that.
Yeah. And then Buffalo, go ahead.
And then now you got Buffalo.
With everything on the line, everything you've asked for.
Everything you've wanted.
I'm sounding like a boy band. You're everything I wanted. You're everything I need. Want it back. I want that game back. Go ahead.
Everything you wanted. Like, think about that, bro. It's like you're looking at a slow death, Cousin. You're looking at a slow death. We had a chance for number one. Okay, we lost. All right.
That happens. Hey.
All right, cool.
Kudos.
All right, it happened. But we still have a chance for number two in the AFC East division.
And getting a home playoff game, which is
getting a home playoff game.
Treat.
And the team that you're playing, the bullies, the team that's always the dominant team, the team that's got your mind.
The team you want to do it to.
They got mind control over you.
And take them out of the playoffs, by the way.
Well, no. Eventually they
would have made it?
Yeah, because Jacksonville lost, remember?
Oh, so, yeah, because Trevor Lawrence can't get in the goal.
But think about, you know what I'm saying? Okay, fine. But you have a chance to play them again. Right? And tell me if I'm wrong. They were letting people know after during like the 4:30 games last week that the weather situation going on in most of the playoffs team cities. So they were letting you know like, oh, Kansas City, it seems to be Kansas City's gonna be real cold next weekend. So when you hear this, it's like, bro, we have a chance to host a game and maybe not leave South Florida if things work out for us. Still, we had a chance to control our own destiny, but we still could be the 2 seed. And God forbid, who knows? Maybe Cleveland, if they had won, because everybody was in love with Cleveland. Maybe somebody could beat Baltimore. You beat the team in the divisional round. You host the conference championship game in Miami.
And you've only lost one home game all season.
And that was because that happens, right? And everybody gets a bad loss during the NFL season. A couple of bad losses, right? Fine. But that bad loss is what started this downslide.
Yeah, it is. It is. You know, hindsight is 2020. And next, I'm going to tell you what I should have known when I first saw it, but I didn't because, rose-colored glasses. I'm in love. I'm in love. I wasn't listening. I wasn't paying attention. We're going to talk about it next. Break more down about this Dolphins' terrible, terrible loss to the Chiefs here on 560 WQAM.
Game Day Uncensored.
Sports Day with Dan Day.
Talking about when the Dolphins lost to the Tennessee Titans, it was the beginning of a downward spiral. You know, hindsight is 2020, but I should have known it when I saw it earlier in the year. That first loss to the Buffalo Bills, Stephon Diggs ate our lunch. And it burned us once, burned us twice. The coaching staff made no adjustments. Zero. And we should have seen that and been like, wait a second. Why didn't they switch sides of the field, get somebody out there? Cater Kahu maybe can't guard Stephon Diggs, get Xavier Howard over there because Jalen Ramsey wasn't back. But they didn't. And that kind of started to be a theme that Dolphins fans noticed. Like, we don't really counter a lot. We just stick to the game plan. Why aren't we making adjustments very well? Should have known it right there with that Stephon Diggs game where the Bills just ran the same play over and over and over and over and over again. And why not? Because we didn't change anything. It just kept happening all season long. We just kept kind of putting on the back burner because we were winning games and we were blowing out bad teams like the Denver Broncos 70-20. And we're beating the Jets and we were beating the Giants. And, okay. But any team that knocked us off our game, we did no countering. No countering whatsoever. And we should have known it right away when Stephon Diggs just went off on us. This coaching staff needs to know how to counter him a little bit better. Because now you get good coaches like Andy Reid, McDermott for the Bills. Look at all the losses against good coaches that, knocked us off our game plan just a little bit. You should have seen it in Tennessee. Tyreek Hill goes down. Instead of being like the obvious, Jalen Waddle, step it up. You're our number one. No.
Even Vrabel outcoached them.
Yeah, but no. Did you notice that when Tyreek Hill got hurt in the Tennessee game? No. Game plan just totally. Then the next week against the Jets, they made Waddle number one. They had to wait a whole week to implement a game plan that they should have just been able to switch out easily, but they didn't because they didn't make adjustments. Did you notice that? And then against the Jets, they made the adjustment. It shouldn't take a week, Vlad. I'm sorry. These coaches get paid a lot of money at a very high level. Shouldn't take a week to do something that the honest fan can say, real simple. Everybody moves up one. Jalen Waddle, you're our number one. Braxton Berrios, you're our number two. Everybody just moves up. No. We'll figure it out in the off week and then go take it on the Jets. We have a decent defense, but
I hope he's not. I hope McDaniel's not one of those guys who, he's very smart, very creative, but sometimes can't get out of his own system.
It
like,
seems that
you know what I mean? Like, okay, maybe this is not working, but no, because he's fought so hard to try to get back in the NFL. So sometimes your mindset, that chip in your shoulder, kind of clogs your mind sometimes. And I hope he doesn't do it. I hope he's not like that because look, his Mikey Fitz is on the griddle, bro. It's on the grill. It's on the grill. Third year. You have to win a playoff game. You might have a lot of things have to go your way,
and let's give Chris Greer and Stephen Ross credit. They were all in on this season.
I don't blame them for anything.
They did everything they could and gave them everything they needed to be a good and successful team, especially in the postseason. There were injuries. That happens. Still nothing. Mike McDaniel, he even spoke after the game, of course, because he was obligated to. He talked about the goals of the team and how they just didn't reach those goals.
We came here to win. Didn't happen. We fell short of our goals. We had very strong expectations for ourselves. One of the reasons a lot of people don't put themselves out there and hold those expectations is because when you fall short from them, it's emotional. It's gut-wrenching.
Yeah. Vlad, did this team reach any of their goals this season?
Nope.
Let's see. One of their goals, of course, win the division.
Didn't do that. And
Had a chance.
Oh no, here's the messed up part.
Multiple chances.
Here's the messed up part, Cousin.
Hmm?
All their goals, they had the chance to achieve them.
Yeah, it was on them.
And they dropped the ball. They fumbled the bag.
So you didn't win the division. You had 3 chances. You really, all season, but yeah. Number 2, win a playoff game. Didn't even come close to that one.
Nope. Didn't do that
At
again.
least you got into the playoffs. Was that a goal to get into the playoffs? Maybe. Oh, is that a goal? That you achieved that one. Congratulations. So what was their goals this year? Beat a bunch of losing teams with losing records, and then wither away against every team that's good, and then go into the playoffs and just throw up a total dud? If that was their goal, they did a great job. But they didn't achieve anything. It's like Steve Spurrier said one year when they won all these games, but they lost, and they didn't even get in the SEC. He said, we won a lot of games, but we didn't do anything. We didn't win anything. You beat a bunch of teams with losing records, and you beat the Cowboys, who, if they get blown out today, didn't win your division. Easy. All you had to do was win against Buffalo last game. Didn't win a playoff game. You only beat one winning record team this year at home. Did not achieve any of your goals, McDaniel. You're right. But he says, at least he had the right mind frame last night. 100% they believed that they were going to get the W.
We lost a game. We were 100% all in, fearlessly feeling as though we would win. But hats off to the Kansas City Chiefs. They beat us, outplayed us, outcoached us, all those things.
I agree. I agree, Mike McDaniel. At what point, Vlad, did you say this game is over?
First possession.
Whoa, that early?
Yeah.
I think the first,
Because you know why? They first possession, Kelsey dropped the pass. Second play, second down, incompletion. And I'm like, wow, Kansas City's throwing the ball. I was like, all right, cool. Hey, you got a 3 and out, and you kicked off. They didn't score. Okay, now you dictate the pace. And then third down, I think Rice caught it. It was like he caught it. I was like, oh, this is not good. And then they started, Kansas City started getting their rhythm, and it was like, boom, 7-0. It's like, oh, okay. All right, you have to answer. And then they didn't respond, and it was like, okay. And Kansas City kept on moving the ball, and you were getting worried. It's like, damn, are they getting their mojo back right now? All right, you held them to a field goal. All right, keep it 10-0. It's only a 2-possession game, but yeah. After that first possession, when they just after that third down completion, I was like, oh, this is not gonna be a good game.
Okay, I was off a little later in the game. I'll say the first possession of the third quarter, when I saw that unoriginal play calling, and I saw an uninspired team, and I saw a Kansas City team that seemed like been there, done that. We know exactly how to play this game. I said, yep, this is about to happen. And I knew Kansas City was going to come down and score. Once again, came down and got a field goal. I said, doesn't matter.
And you know what?
Matter.
It wasn't me. Yeah, maybe it was me. But it looked like it was a slow, painful death. Because in the first quarter, when they were just getting, I was like, man, they just didn't. They don't look. They have it. And then you look, you're like, oh my God, they still got another. There's still like another 20 minutes left in the half. It felt like it was a slow, painful death.
No lie.
Pause.
When Tyreek Hill caught that touchdown pass, I thought, watch out. Don't let us back in this game.
But then that's the thing. Then they responded right after that and scored. And they should have scored a touchdown. They called the touchdown back.
Right, because of a stupid
because they're blocking the back, which was funny.
Doesn't know what he's doing.
No, but if you really looked at it, he got pushed into that block in the
really?
back.
Oh, God. I was trying not to watch that play.
He got pushed into the block in the back, and that's why it was funny. But they scored, and they made it 13-7. Then Miami didn't respond, and then they scored right
16.
at the end of the half to make it 16-7. So to
19.
me, like you said, then literally it was really the first possession after, in the second half. Because now you got to do better than what you did the week prior. You had 4 possessions against Buffalo, nothing.
You know, Vlad.
And then in the second half against Kansas City, you had another 4 or 5 possessions, nothing. So when you said earlier this hour, we've been talking about since the show began, where's the adjustments? Where are the adjustments?
That's what needs to change next year. Get somebody in there that can make some adjustments.
But who?
People all.
But who?
That's what I'm saying.
He's the offensive coordinator.
We'll get into the next segment. And we're going to go to some of the other pundits that say maybe what the Dolphins. Somebody last night's like, we need to get a good tight end. Don't put this on Durham Smythe. Don't you dare put this on Durham Smythe.
Look, and no, but then don't put it on Durham Smythe. But then you got to put it on Mike McDaniel.
Yeah,
because if you're running that San Francisco offense, you're running that Kyle Shanahan offense. That offense, there's a reason why that offense is so potent.
Oh, because you got George Kittle.
You have George Kittle. If you don't have an 80
last night,
if you don't have an 85 out there that could run on, run in the middle and open up so much space for your receivers. Because think about it, if you have an average tight end, decent tight end.
Durham Smythe had a career year, by the way. Then again, a lot of people for the Dolphins had a career year.
Right. And then what happened? Nothing happened.
And then you couldn't score in the playoffs.
December and January. What happened? You can't score in the playoff. But
Speaking
what I'm
of-
saying, you might need that's something that definitely needs to be looked upon during the offseason.
Speaking of career years, Vlad, and I'm not going to let you skate on this because no one gets to skate. You, along with a lot of Dolphins fans, how can the NFL ruin Tyreek Hill's return to Kansas City? Make that game in Frankfurt. Make this. Well, Tyreek Hill got his return in the biggest stage, and
Yeah, he scored a touchdown.
oh yeah, and by the way, in Frankfurt, he dropped some passes and stuff like that. So his return against his former team twice this year has been kind of
Hey.
touchdown.
Tyreek said something, and I was happy he said it.
It's in there. But I want to hear it. I want to hear it because Tyreek was being real. He's a real one at the end of the game. He threw it out there, and he said straight up what the Dolphins are. Let them know.
Yeah, they're front runners.
As an offense, we got to be able to put drives together and help those guys out, man. We just can't be a bunch of front runners. And next year, I feel like we'll learn from it.
Okay. I couldn't put it better. This team was the ultimate, and it hurts me to say it, front runners.
Yeah.
You get ahead of teams that suck, and you stay ahead. You get ahead of teams that are good. Can't do that. They're the ultimate front runners. Tyreek Hill said it. He put it best. I couldn't have put it any better. Hopefully they learn from it next year. What are they going to change? Because something has to change. If you run it back, I don't want to see this again, Vlad, next year. I don't want to see this. We're going to take a look next at some of the things the Dolphins might be able to change next year to possibly have a better result. That's here on Sports Day 560 WQAM.
WQAM broadcasting live from the Edmore Sawgrass Auto Mall Studios. Got massive savings on a massive Chevy inventory, all backed by Morse at Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet. Visit EdmoreSawgrassChevrolet.com. Chevy, find new roads.
Text WQAM on the Kendall Toyota text line at 305-567-0560.
Sure we do. 560 WQAM. Sports Day.
Fired up, man. I was holding the cough button while I was cussing about this game last night.
Oh, man.
All right, Vlad. We're going to take callers. If you want to call in just a little bit, not right now, 305-567-0560. First, we're going to go to my man Bees Knees. Adam Beasley wrote an article last night. 3 bold moves to fix the Miami Dolphins. I know people on the text line, 305-567-0560, on the Twitter, on the Twitch, 560 WQAM, have been commenting. But yeah, how do we fix things? And I said, yeah, we got a lot of questions. So Adam Beasley, you know we love Bees. He wrote 3 bold moves to fix the Miami Dolphins. I think everyone's just kind of searching. First one, Vlad, keep all options open at quarterback.
It's true.
He says, don't cut Tua Tagovailoa.
No.
His 2024 compensation, $23.2 million, is fully guaranteed. Don't give Tua a top-of-the-market contract extension, which would pay him in excess of $50 million annually. Everything else should be considered. I mean, the man led the league in passing yards this year.
He's going to lead the league in passing yards.
He had a career year. There's right now, no better option. But at the same time, I agree. Do not make him the highest paid player in the NFL. He has to earn that.
You can't make him the highest paid player in the NFL.
Once again, if he sits down at the table, Patrick Mahomes, you deserve more money than him?
He's the 5th best quarterback at best.
Josh Allen, you deserve more money than him?
At best.
Lamar Jackson, MVP. All these guys beat you head-to-head this year. You want to be paid more than them?
At best, he's 5th in the AFC.
He's still a top-tier quarterback. Don't get me wrong.
And he might be 6th because Stroud, like you said, CJ Stroud's coming.
Nobody saw CJ Stroud being good this year.
You did.
Thank you. Thank you.
But yeah.
Thank you.
I don't know if you're 5th or 6th best in your own conference.
If you're not even the best quarterback in your division, how can you ask to be the highest paid player in the league of all time? Not the best quarterback in your draft?
She'll improve you.
Still our guy, though, by the way. I hate to be like that. Still our guy.
But
hey, you did make an improvement this year. You stayed healthy all year.
Here's the thing, though, right?
And a lot of people are upset about that, too, because the system kind of protected you.
Season's over. So we all talk about this, recap the season, obviously recap the playoff loss, but you can also look at 2024 now. And this is show and prove because this will be his 5th season with the Miami Dolphins. And this will be Coach McDaniel's 3rd year, unless something crazy happens, unless the streets really get a body.
Ooh.
And so if nothing happens and they keep these 2, this is it. This is show and prove, bro.
I will say this. I'm happy if Tua has the same year that he has this year, next year, but he better in the clutch and they win a playoff game, pay that man all the money he wants.
Now, if Adam Beasley said leave all options open at quarterback, but I'm looking at, if you're looking at all the contracts, right, and the way everything's shaped up for the Dolphins in the future, as good of a job that Chris Greer and Boss Ross did, they're probably going to have to go for it even more this upcoming season because you're going to have to worry. You have to pay Tua. You have to pay Waddle soon.
And like I said,
you got to pay Christian Wilkins.
No, this is my thing. If I'm Christian Wilkins, I walk in there with my chest out and I do this. I wanted to sign with you guys and you wanted to play it out. You said, get me sacks, earn that bag. I did that. But maybe now I don't know if I want to sign with you because maybe you're not a contender. Maybe I want to go play somewhere where they respect me a little more. They're willing to lock me down and I can win a playoff game.
I think you're going to have to let X go.
Something's going to happen. He played. And our dude Omar Kelly told us, X is going to have an unbelievable year because it's a paid year. He did not have an unbelievable year.
I love Omar, but
he did not have a good year.
I also want to say the minute Omar said that the Dolphins were a Super Bowl contender, that's when the season went down the toilet.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is we thought X was going to have this unbelievable year. He did not. Let's be honest.
No, he did not.
He did not. And he got hurt. I understand, but he did not have an unbelievable year.
And you guys have to also be very, I don't want to say concerned, but you got to put this in the back burner. Tyreek's going to want a new contract coming up soon.
And Jalen Waddle needs a new contract.
And it just so happens that Tyreek's contract ends right when Waddle's rookie deal ends. So are you going to keep both? Or are you going to let one go? What are you going to do?
Who do you keep?
Because Tyreek's definitely outplayed his contract that he currently has right now over the last 2 seasons.
I thought he was MVP. Well, sorry, Lamar Jackson, but I thought he was right there in the MVP. Number 2, speaking of Xavier Howard and all that, Adam Beasley says, take a hard look at injury operation. Hurt players tend to get hurt. And while Tua Tagovailoa for the first time was able to start every game, he was an outlier for the Dolphins roster. Jalen Phillips, that's another guy that you got to decide whether you're going to pay him or not.
Well, no, unfortunately for him, because of that injury, he has to show improve.
Right. Bradley Chubb.
He's already locked in. Yeesh.
Right. Raheem Mostert.
Oh, he's 31 now?
Teron Armstead. I thought Teron Armstead got hurt on a run last night, but he popped up, so give him credit.
No, I mean,
he's always hurt, though.
Death taxes, and he's missing 5 games.
Xavier Howard all entered the season with extensive injury history, all missed multiple games. Dolphins general manager Chris Greer this offseason needs to avoid such red flags in free agency and the draft. I mean, injuries are injuries. I guess Beasley's saying we need to get, guys that are maybe a little more durable, make that effort. And the third thing, shake up the staff.
What do you do?
Special teams coordinator Daniel Crossman is probably worn out as well in Miami. Okay, special teams are important.
That special team, that 92-yard touchdown.
That is one of the bodies that probably go into the streets. That's one of the first.
Yeah, but is that the? But it's
not saying
it's the street satisfied. But the street satisfied.
The streets throw that body back.
Will the streets be satisfied,
dude? If you're Daniel Crossman right now, you're like, oh, every time the phone rings.
Bro, not that 92-yard, because I'm gonna remember that. Clearly, listen, we've seen movies, right?
Ring.
Yeah, we've seen movies, right? We know when we've seen mob movies, you've seen gangster, whatever. When there's a body that is needed, when the streets is really calling for a body, and you're not gonna let some of your real coaches, some of your offensive. No, you're not gonna. Fang's not letting any of his defensive guys go. Nah, you know what? You did give up that 92-yard touchdown against Buffalo.
It's a glaring problem. So this is my impression of Daniel Crossman right now. Wakes up in the morning, gets his coffee, looking at his phone. Okay, crap. Okay, let me send this text to Mike McDaniel. Phone's been acting up. Going on a cruise this offseason. Great season. Talk to you soon. Won't be at the facility for the next 2 weeks. Send. Turn your phone off.
Yeah, don't worry.
The streets don't want that body, but that's probably the body they're going to get. At least one of the bodies.
Easy's right, man. Adam Beasley's right. He said it. That they definitely going to have to make a shake in the staff.
Here's what Beasley says. This is it, Vlad. A lot of people are calling for this. The boldest move Mike McDaniel could make is one he might not be willing to consider. Relinquish
offensive calling duties, yes,
or at least share play calling duties.
Yes, that's the thing. Remember, we just said that. I think his ego. You know what? I can't believe. Oh man, I hate this. He's feeling himself too much.
Let's do this. Let's play a little more 2020 as hindsight.
He's feeling himself too much.
I felt as though, and I should have seen it during the regular season, Mike McDaniel has a limited number of aces up his sleeve. He's got some great plays. But you know what? Save the little flip to Achane in a game where you need the touchdown, when you're not up 7 or whatever, 55-20 or 55-14. He pulled out some of his best plays in blowouts when the game was already out of hand. Put those in your back pocket and save them for when you need them. And I thought that he's using up all of his bullets. In a lot of games, he doesn't need to be using those bullets. And I think he ran out of bullets. I'm going to be honest with you. He used some of his best plays and points that he didn't exactly need to. And he ran out of bullets.
And he's not adjusting. He doesn't want to make an adjustment.
Like they had no bullets last night. Well, they tried that little Waddle inside screen, which Kansas City sniffed out in a heartbeat. They had 3 guys push Waddle down, and that's when Tua.
By the way, what the hell was he doing? Why did he throw a pop-up to center field?
That interception?
No, not the interception. The one where he threw it to the fan in the crowd. I've never seen anything like that. I'm like, wait a minute, where the hell did he throw the ball? And then you look, the ball went to the stands. I'm like, how did he throw the ball all the way to the stands like that?
Also, but that interception, I seen that in Pop Warner more than, it looked so bad. The only question was, with so much time and such an easy interception, is there any way the defender might just kind of freak out and lose concentration and drop it because it was that bad? Oh, Frank Smith, by the way, supposed to interview for the Carolina Panthers head coaching opening. That meeting's going to get canceled.
Oh my God.
If you're the Carolina Panthers right now, Frank Smith, we have him Wednesday at noon. Oh yeah. Go ahead and call him and tell him we're busy. We'll get back to him. You know what I mean?
Oh, by the way, in the training staff, man, got to get these guys healthy.
Okay, is that a bold move?
No, I don't know, man. We got to, some teams got to look at their staff sometimes.
So the bold move, shake up the staff, major bold move. McDaniel might need to relinquish some of his play calling duties because last night was just absolutely atrocious. Injury operations, we need to get the training staff doing some more things. We need to maybe look at some of the players that have an injury history and maybe look for more durable guys. And then, of course, number 3, keep all quarterbacks options open. Right now, those are the only really things we got right now. We're still kind of smarting from what happened last night. Maybe, Vlad, you have a better option. You can sound off. 305-567-0560. Are we ready, Vlad? If you're a Dolphins fan, if you're a Dolphins hater, if you got something to say, you can let us know. You can text us 305-567-0560, or you can call in right now. I know some people have been begging to call in the next segment, 305-567-0560. You can call in and be heard right here on Sports Day 560 WQAM.
Hey, want to see the ugly mugs that go along with our melodious voices? Do I have to
or on demand, just download the free Odyssey app and make WQAM your favorite station. And there we are, 24/7.
26-7, the Dolphins don't fall. They get murdered by the Kansas City Chiefs. Don't really throw anything up in the way of resistance. Season is over, and we want to hear from you. 305-567-0560. If you're a Dolphins fan, no matter where you're at in the globe, you can call in right now and have your voice heard, and that's exactly what we're going to do right now. We're going to hear from Alex. Alex, break it down what you have on this Dolphins debacle.
Hey, I just, the concern is I don't see where do they go from here as far as improving this team?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got Jalen Phillips coming off a major injury. You also got Shubb coming off a major injury. And another concern is Mike McDaniel a big-time coach? And just to piggyback on what you guys said earlier, there might be too many quarterbacks who are better than Tua in the same conference. So I'll just hang up and see what you guys think.
Alex, I'm hearing you on that right there. Like, a lot of questions to be asked. Is Mike McDaniel a big-time coach? Still 2 years. There's been times that the game has looked bigger than him. There's times he's been out-coached, especially towards the end of the season. Coming off injuries. Yeah, Jalen Phillips is at least probably going to miss half the season next year. You never know what's going to happen with some of the other guys. Javon Holland. Oh, man. It is concerning that Mike McDaniel, in his first 2 seasons, towards the end of the season, has looked way worse than he has at the beginning of the season.
The team has.
The team has too. Yeah,
and that's nasty because it was the opposite with the previous regime. It was the other way around.
Mm-hmm.
They start off bad, but they finish strong. Now they start strong, finish lousy. Like, dude, you lost 5 out of 6 last year.
Yeah. This year wasn't much better.
And this year you lost 3 in a row when you faced your 3 best competition.
It's crazy.
And you just, you choke.
Yeah. That's no other way to put it.
No other way.
305-567-0560. We have Jeff calling all the way from Tennessee. Jeff, thank you so much. What you got?
How you doing, Dan?
Terrible.
Oh, boy, I'll tell you.
I'm angry.
It is really it's really sad. And my condolences to Vlad for the Jets having the season they had. But it just is brutal. I mean, the way the game has changed over the years, you must have a franchise quarterback.
Absolutely.
You cannot. You're not going to win without it. You just see the best teams in the playoffs. They all have them, and I'm sorry, I've seen Tua enough, and he's not a franchise guy.
Oh,
he's a tier 2 guy. When he gets off his spot, he has to hold the ball a tick longer. He doesn't have either the arm strength or the ability to evade people long enough to get the ball, to where it needs to go. He just is not, his physical limitations are such that they don't overcome the things that he does do that are on elite level, like the anticipation and so forth. That's where I see the major problem, and I guess from what you mentioned about the Beasley article, yeah, I mean, we're locked in with him for this coming year, and you're going to give him another year, but I just don't see the improvements that he would be able to make, overcoming the things that he couldn't do.
So, Jeff,
or can't do.
Let me ask you this about Tua. What is the ceiling for this Dolphins team going forward if Tua remains their quote-unquote franchise quarterback? What's the best you see this team doing with Tua?
I think just what we've done. I think McDaniel has gotten the most out of him that you're going to get. I mean, yeah, you can lead the league, in passing and so forth. But what what are you doing against the good teams, the good DCs, the good defenses? What are you doing against those teams? And you see the contrast between that and playing the Commanders or the Panthers or so on, and you see the differences, and they're stark.
Yeah. We have beaten up on the bad ones, Jeff. I will give him credit. Thank you so much for calling in from Tennessee. We
Jeff
appreciate that.
He hit it right on the nail, bro. Everything he said, like
I still think he's a franchise quarterback, though. Tua. It's tough right now, but he's only had one full season.
He's above average. Here's the thing. Is he a top 10 quarterback?
Yes.
But he's in the lower part of the top 10.
I think he's around. Like I said, let's go through it. Let's do this. We tried to do it all day. Patrick Mahomes, boom, you got us. Josh Allen.
I mean, that's his own conference. He's at best 5th or 6th.
Josh Allen's better. Joe Burrow's better when Joe Burrow's healthy. Who else? Lamar Jackson, obviously.
Okay.
Anybody else? Maybe number 5.
There's a couple of other guys that I want to say, but because they didn't play this year, I'm not going to give them. I can't really say them. But Aaron's resume.
Aaron Rodgers. Okay.
Aaron's resume.
Let's go number 5.
Aaron's resume makes him a number 5.
I'll give you number 5.
You could put CJ Stroud after 1 year.
I
know it's hard.
I'm not ready.
Hey, you know what? Last year was Tua's first year where he was really healthy, and we went crazy for it, for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
So CJ Stroud won a division when nobody gave him any chance. Everybody looked at him as, oh man, this kid he's not too bright. Oh my gosh. The whole messing up the Wonderlink test and everything.
Yeah.
And then what happened? You said no, he's good. That's the guy that should have been number 1.
Yeah.
And they all went with Bryce. And guess what? All he did was lead a team to not only a division title, but a playoff victory as well.
Let's look at the playoffs because you got to have a good quarterback to get in the playoffs. CJ Stroud, good. Deshaun Watson, whatever. I don't know. I'd rather Tua.
Cleveland.
Would you rather Jordan Love than Tua Tagovailoa? No.
I'll take Tua, but here's the thing, though. Something scaring me about Tua is that he can, and this is a narrative that's going to be spoken about a lot. If the conditions aren't good for him, he's not a good quarterback.
Okay. Well,
it's proven that if it's not 70 and calm or not windy and he's had
that problem in Tennessee the other year.
He's had problems.
All right, so Dak Prescott, second team All Pro this year. Are you taking Dak?
I'm taking Dak
over Tua.
Yeah, I'm taking Dak over Tua.
I'm gonna ride with Tua. Now let's go. Jared Goff. Would you take him over Tua?
I'm taking Goff.
Whoa!
He's been to the Super Bowl.
Matthew Stafford.
We already know how.
Matthew Stafford's getting a little long in the tooth,
I
man.
don't care.
Okay.
That's Matthew Stafford. You put respect on that man's name.
Mason Rudolph.
Nah,
Kenny Pickett.
I'll
give you both.
Come on, you can put both of them together.
Josh Allen.
Mason Pickett.
Josh Allen. There's no argument about that. He's beat us every time except for once. Okay. Jalen Hurts over Tua.
Yeah.
Man, that's hard. That's a hard one
Yeah.
there.
I saw what he did last season. He could have been Super Bowl MVP.
I have to look at the evidence. My heart says Tua, but once again, let's look at the evidence. Gotta go with Jalen Hurts. And then Baker Mayfield.
I'm taking Tua.
Yeah.
But
Baker Mayfield's not a bad quarterback.
But Baker's got something that you don't know if Tua has yet. He lets you know he has it, and sometimes he show it, but there's that chutzpah, that like Baker. I don't want my quarterback to be the middle linebacker, but I kind of want my quarterback to have some middle linebacker type of mentality. I just don't want him to be a full, he can't be the middle linebacker mentality and the quarterback, but just have some traits of it. And Baker has that. I don't know if Tua has that.
Yeah, he might not have that dog in him. 305-567.
It might be a Chihuahua.
Yeah, I know. 305-567. Wait, 305-567-0560. The number to call if you would like to get in. Say a little something about the Dolphins, say about the Chiefs.
You can also text.
Yeah, we got plenty of texts coming in, man.
305. Tua is a first read, unathletic system lefty quarterback.
He did look that way last night.
786 says, don't forget Justin Herbert. Herbert lost a 27-0 lead there, 786. So
we're not saying Justin Herbert's better than
Tua.
The texter is saying
yeah.
that. The jury's still out on that, I will say, because Herbert was better in his first couple of years. I think Tua was better this year. And some people say the narrative's gone. Tua's way better. Get the new coach in San Diego, in Los Angeles with Herbert. I think Herbert had a little ulterior motives to his game this year.
954 says Kurt Warner showed Tua's poor mechanics that led to bad throws and out of throws instead of into throws. Until Tua gets a quarterback coach, that this is what we can expect. Tua's arm shortens the field for the weaker arm 2 years ago, and they haven't changed. He still steps out of throws and steps instead of throwing into throws. So yeah, a lot of people are very critical right now of Tua and the things he's doing right now.
Yeah, well, we can go back to the phones. 305-567-0560 is the number to call. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, yeah, this is Cap for Life. How are you?
Cap for Life.
Cap, what's going on?
Oh, man. Oh, I'm just enjoying the ride over here listening to my guys, bro. I just, listen, man, look, we all know we had, out of the 8 teams in the tournament, half of them were teams that were turned around in 1 year. The Lions did it in 3 years. So I just don't like to hear the aspect of, no, we can't do anything, mentality. So, I mean, that's been proven right there. That narrative is dead.
Absolutely.
I mean, for me, my issue is it's like, you had the first seed, you lost it. You had the second seed, you lost it. You had the division in your hands, you lost it.
Okay.
You lost in the first round. All that in the span of a month.
Mm-hmm.
You guys seem like bright guys. And talking about bright guys, shout out to the program director. Hopefully he keeps the theme going with the callers finally calling in and having their say. But let me ask you guys this. Like, how do you reward failure at this point? How do you reward it?
You don't pay it.
You can't.
But in Miami we do though, right?
Cap, it's here. Okay, so a lot of people are saying, all right, even if you guys do make a change, all right, you make a change, and then what? Like, what do you have?
We're not doing anything, Vlad. You know it, and I know it. We're not doing nothing. Nobody's getting fired. Nobody's getting traded. We're stuck.
But that's the problem.
But the same way, if we're not going to do anything, at the same way they expect us not to say nothing, no, that's wrong. If we know this guy's staying, that's fine. But they also know that we're staying also. We're not going to stay quiet.
That's true. But look, the Miami Heat, they didn't make a lot of changes. They made it to the NBA Finals. They didn't make a lot of changes this year.
Yeah, but you know what, man? Look, it's been 4 years. You could have had the pandemic, met somebody during the pandemic, had a kid with that person, got married, put them in pre-K, and we still don't win the division.
Look, there's a whole generation out there, Cap. There's a whole generation, like 28 years old and younger, that have never really seen a Dolphins win.
And there's a lot of people that passed away last year, too, that didn't get to see the flourish of what we went through now. Top one this, top one that, top one this. Our ceiling hit already, whether you like to believe it or not. If you guys want to keep swimming in that river of denial, go ahead.
I understand.
Go ahead.
I understand you're frustrated.
I love it, Cap. Keep going, baby.
Let's say this, though, Vlad. This is a proud organization that at one point was still maybe the only undefeated team ever.
It's still the
maybe forever, it seems like, the way the NFL is built. This is a team that was a perennial AFC championship contender team, if not Super Bowl.
Those 70s and the 80s.
I know. And now
somewhat in the 90s.
Second longest playoff win drought behind the Lions, who can change that today.
And you don't want that. I mean, look.
Proud organization.
It's everything Cap said was true. Points that we've pointed out. They had everything at their disposal, man. That's what makes it bad, because it's like if somebody it's like somebody took it from you, but you also gave it to them. You gave Buffalo that division title. Buffalo was 7-6 for a minute.
You've mismanaged 23 years of football,
and
you're paying the price.
In 1 month, everything went left. Everything went south. Like that Titans loss. Okay, cool. 2 wins. Boom. But you lost to Baltimore. The way you lost to Baltimore was bad. Now, I always say there's context in losing, bro. You get your ass beat, and you were talking and saying that you're not, now we're going to compete, and everybody's bigging you up. Everybody's giving you props. Everybody's praising you. Top offense, top 5 defense. This is the team that we think can upend Kansas City. This is a team that we think can give Baltimore a challenge in the playoffs. And then you play them, and then you get dog walked.
Yeah.
And then you face Buffalo. And Buffalo, as much as they were coming in streaking, and now the fans came out and took over Las Olas.
They weren't great.
They weren't really great. It's like,
They won in spite of their
It's
average
meh.
play.
Buffalo was meh.
Yeah, they were meh.
They was very meh.
We decided that they
It's not even. They weren't. They might have not even been mid. They might have been below mid.
Yep.
But you were below a mid. Oh,
305-567-0560. Let's go back to the phone lines. Who's calling? Where are you from?
Richie from Boar's Head.
Uh-oh.
Richie, what's going on, buddy?
My boy Vlad and Dan Day. That's why I listen to your show every time you guys are on, and you know that, okay? You guys don't sugarcoat this, guys. Vlad, you're a Jet fan, and I don't care what they say about you, my stinking fellow Dolphin fans. You're talking the truth, and they don't want to hear the truth. Same thing with Dan Day, and the same thing with my boy Cap. So let me start off by, hey, when McDaniels took this team over, we had problems. We had problems with stars. We had problems with depth. We had problems with coaching. Am I correct?
Right.
So we went and got some stars, but we forgot about the depth. So when we have injuries, their excuse is, oh, that's what the excuse was yesterday. We had half of our defense out. Well, that's your problem, McDaniels and Fangio, because you didn't get depth. The guys behind them stink.
Andrew
So
Van
you
Ginkel
lose
is pretty
starters.
good. Hold up.
Van Ginkel, I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about the clowns that played yesterday in a big game. You understand? And the other thing, adjustments. Does anybody believe in adjustments in our coaching staff?
Apparently not.
You watch the game, right, guys?
Yeah.
No adjustments at all.
No.
Let me ask you a question. Mahomes was throwing north and south, not east and west, screen passes on a frozen tundra.
Richie, Richie, I wanted it. I don't know. I couldn't break the TV where I was watching the game at because I was at a friend's house, but it was bothering everybody at the house watching the game. It's like, why is Miami going east-west? Why are they going left-right instead of going up-down? Like they're not going north-south.
No adjustments at halftime.
None. And then that's
nothing. Now, defensively, we were trying to blitz him. We couldn't do it with the personnel.
He's the best against the blitz of all time. Not in the league.
Look, guys.
Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback all time against the blitz. The
bottom line with this team, coaches need to be accountable now.
They are.
The GM needs to be accountable. Go get us some depth. And now let's get to Tua. All you guys that want Tua around, look, I love Tua. But he ain't the franchise yet. Wow. And what we do now, guys, he's signed next year. Keep him signed. Don't give that man an extension, and we draft a quarterback just in case he shits his pants again, guys.
Hey, I hear that right there, Richie. Look, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm an LSU guy. Jaden Daniels falls in the draft to the Dolphins. You draft that man. You draft that man.
That's your LSU love talking. Thanks for the call, Richie.
We'll take more. 305-567-0560. But we got to take a break. We'll come back. Call in. We'll hear from you. Also, we'll get some other text too. 305-567-0560. This is Sports Day 560 WQAM.
Listen to WQAM for
Sports Day. Turn it up. It's Sports Day with Dan Day.
Gonna get back to your calls, 305-567-0560, so you can sound off on the Dolphins in just a few minutes. But I really got a real bad sinking feeling, Vlad, last night. And it's not because, well, it was because the Dolphins suck, but we had some ladies in the house. Me, Giuseppe, Nathan, and some ladies. And the reason the ladies were in the house was because, number one, they're not football fans, but we talked how awesome this game was going to be and how this was a big game for the Dolphins and it was going to be fun and we're going to have drinks and it was going to be cool and Taylor Swift is going to be there and we were live betting and everything's fun. And the girls were like, oh, this is pretty cool. I see Taylor Swift. You guys are getting into these bets. You know, it's going to be a fun, big game. And then that dud starts happening and they're like, why do you guys sit around and watch this all the time? This is terrible. And Vlad, you even said it. You start being like, please show Taylor Swift.
Yeah. You saw asking for them to show Taylor Swift and then so that they have something to talk about.
And these ladies are never going to watch football again because the one time they agreed to sit down and watch a football game, the Dolphins did that. They're never going to watch again. I don't blame them. If that was the one time I watched, let's say, cricket, and it was a boring game like that, I'd be like, I'm not watching cricket anymore. BS. Yeah, Dolphins. Lost some fans last night. I'm not talking about hardcore fans, but no. 305-567-0560. Let's go back to the phone lines. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, how you doing, man? My name is Alan.
Oh, yeah.
I'm calling from Miami.
Yeah.
I'm not a Dolphins fan, but it's the hometown team. I've been following the Dolphins for a while. I watch your games. My wife is a huge Dolphins fan, but people got to realize that as long as Tua is the quarterback, the Dolphins will make it this far. They will not win a playoff game. They will not have a successful playoff run. Do this 1-4 record when the temperature is, it's like really cold. Cannot play in cold weather. The Dolphins offense, once you disrupt their running game, which I think is one of their strengths, who is the Dolphins team? Tua is very questionable when it comes to making decisions. The teams that they lost to every time, they've lost because of the other quarterback has outplayed the Dolphins quarterback. Why? Because he's just not the guy, man. He's not the guy. He was all world in Alabama because he had monsters on that team that I could have probably won 9 games on that team.
He's not overreacting too.
Just gotta realize that.
Yeah. Yeah, he brings up a lot of good points. Like every game that we've lost, he's been outplayed, and when he does kind of get out of his rhythm.
And then here's another thing watching this game. I don't think some people pointed this out, but it was very apparent. I think Ryan Clark talked about it.
Yeah, he did.
But he does need to be a little bit more elusive and need to show his mobility a little bit more. The reason why the caller made a good point. The reason why guys like Josh Allen, even though they could have 2 turnovers, but the fact that he's such a weapon with his arm or his legs, still there was some plays last week where because of his legs, he got first downs. He continued drive. He milked the clock. He still can make plays other than waiting for that first read to be open. And you see that there's still a little bit more development that needs to happen with Tua.
Vlad, I'll be honest with you. I believe Tua's ceiling is Drew Brees, but he needs to be able to feel the pocket like Drew Brees.
Yeah, but he's not nowhere
he's accurate
where Drew Brees is right now.
No, I understand. He's younger, but his ceiling is Drew Brees, but Drew Brees felt that pocket. A subtle step here, a subtle step there gives you that extra second. With your accuracy, you're good. 305-567-0560 is the number. Where are you calling from? What's your name? Hello? Oh, I put it on the wrong guy. There you go. 305-567-0560. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, I'm sorry. The phone went dead there for a minute.
Me.
This is Mark out in Jersey. So what I want to say, I'm 56, been a Dolphins fan ever since I was a kid. Where our problem is, and my daughter went to Alabama with Tua and Waddle, so it's the same. So it's like I want the guy to succeed. It's a perfect match over here. However, if you guys agree, we need to work on this 2-minute drill too, because you have no confidence when that comes up. And we've had, 3 or 4 games. The only time we came through was the Dallas game.
Yeah.
It seems like they don't practice it. It seems like he's looking for one play, and if that's not there, he forces it or he panics. If you look at San Fran, they dump it off to McCaffrey. We've got A-Chain. Just take what the defense gives you. And if he's not as comfortable in it, we just got to keep working on that. And that's going to help with the offense big time. But I don't see any growth there. And also, McDaniel can't call these complicated plays and take all this time during the 2-minute drills that they do.
You do bring up a good point.
To be Marino.
They're very rigid. They're a very rigid offense.
Right. And we've got these weapons that you could dump it off to. The guy could break a long gain at any time. It seems like they're not just like, I don't want to say willy-nilly with it, but like have some plays called that, okay, we don't have much time. We've got these guys breaking here. I'm taking quick reads, short dump offs, and taking what the defense got. That I think is a big reason that the last 2 years that we struggled. And if we won 1 or 2 more of those games are in South Florida.
Yeah,
and that's the problem. That's the problem. Why I think I can't say the coach hasn't gotten it. He tells this team because we see it. We saw it every week, but they just don't execute.
He brings up a good point. This team is very rigid. There's not a lot of room for freestyling, and I think maybe we need a little more freestyle in there because we got guys that could freestyle. A-Chan.
But I thought that's what was so special about the offense because it was a freestyling offense. It was free-flowing. Motion.
No, but I'm talking about freestyling just like Travis Kelce just gets open. Andy Reid doesn't say, oh, go to the 45.
That's what Tyreek does.
Tyreek's running routes and throwing it to spots.
Well, last year he didn't listen for whatever he was saying.
Not throwing to Tyreek. He's throwing to spots.
Okay, he's throwing the spots. That's freestyling. Rigid. He's freestyling, throwing the spots, hoping that boy is going to be at the spot that he's there. But here's what happens.
So how's that freestyling if you're throwing it to an exact spot and hoping he's there when Tyreek has to run that route? Because if Tyreek does anything outside of that route, it's going to be thrown to nobody or to the other team.
He's freestyling because he's taking a risk. But as you can see, that's to me, he's taking a risk.
Different definitions of freestyling.
Right. To me, he's taking a risk. And most of the times he's been accurate with those risks. But guess what? Why these teams are good. That's why you face these good teams because they have great defensive coordinators who have great scouts.
Knock you off your block.
And they knock you off the block. And when he can't get that first read, and that's one thing we all know.
He was bad last
one
night.
teller with Tua. If he does this.
He's one take Tua, man.
Right. The guys that's watching on YouTube and on Twitch, you see me. But then radio, just picture it yourself. If he taps the ball, if the ball's in his left hand, he's ready to throw it, and he taps it with his right hand once, that's it. The play is done.
I hear that.
The play is done. Because if he taps the ball more than once, that's it. His read wasn't there. He's not going through his progressions, and now he's worried about the pocket collapsing. And we could see, I don't know what it is. We've seen it for years. You would think you'd be a little bit more elusive, but he's not.
He's definitely not very elusive.
And I think that's the thing that Ryan Clark was talking about, that maybe you might see in 2024, he comes in a little bit less, thicker, maybe a little bit more lean so that he's just a little bit more elusive getting out of the pocket.
Nowadays and age, you have to have a threat to run.
When you heard that 9.5-yard run was the longest run Tua had all year.
I don't know. They're trying to protect him and injury and everything.
But come on, bro. You have to be
one-dimensional.
In this current NFL, you have to have both arms and legs.
Some type of wheels. 305-567-0560. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, it's John calling from Fort Lauderdale.
All right, John. Elbow room tonight?
No, never. Not a Bills bar guy. No, but honestly, thanks for letting me vent about the Dolphins. I think this team has no accountability whatsoever. And I mean that when, our players are not performing to their full potential or they're quitting on plays like that punt return from Buffalo or last night, number 45 trying to two-hand tackle Mahomes. There's not enough coaches on our staff chewing these guys out and holding them accountable. And I think we're more of a coach away than a QB away because Tua is great, but when was Tua his greatest? With a guy like Nick Saban getting in him and just getting the best out of him. We see it too many times when we fall short on plays and we underperform as a team. and then we go and watch HBO Hard Knocks, and everyone's buddy, and like we're all worried about the wrong things. And I know it's hard to do in Miami for these guys, but we have too much talent to be falling this short. And I think that falls a lot on our coaching staff. I'm not saying to go get a guy like Saban or Harbaugh, but what else are we missing? Like, what else are we missing here?
So, John, are you agreeing with right now that the Dolphins have lost the right to be called a finesse team, and maybe they should be called soft?
I mean, you're not that they're soft, but look at a guy like the Pittsburgh head coach Tomlin. We're talking about this. We're talking about this guy. Maybe they're moving on from him. This guy's won a Super Bowl. But you know what? They have a level of standard of winning that they always had to keep up. Who is holding everyone accountable? It's just Tua is great. He can be greater, and I don't think you're going to get that from a guy like. I'm sorry, but a guy like Mike Daniels, who, it looks like a genius at times, but so I just feel like these players just need to be chewed out a little bit more, and we just need to get the best from all sides. And that's what's holding us back. I feel like look at all of our coaches and QBs from the last 5-10 years. Who's a coach that's really going to be holding these guys accountable? We have too much talent for this to be happening. So that's
true,
that's
John.
what I got to say.
I appreciate that right there. Yeah,
Good call.
That is true. There needs to be accountability. That's why, Vlad, you say streets need a body. Streets need a body.
What do the streets need?
Streets need a body. Streets need a body.
No.
I will say, man, my player of the game last night was Zach Sealer. I thought Zach Sealer, first of all, he's from Michigan, played at Ferris State. I thought he never stopped. I thought he played with a heart of gold. I thought he was out there just making plays. Zach Sealer, kudos to him, by the way. I thought he was fantastic last night, as fantastic as anybody on the Dolphins could be. So kudos to him. I thought he never stopped and really went after it last night. But
defense bent, but they didn't break.
They were good. 305-567-056. You can hear from my dude, Ebad. Go ahead, Ebad. What you got?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's going on, Ebad?
So I'm a Tua guy, but the last month was pretty bad. I'm gonna admit it. But he got over the injury this year, right? He went back and did his jiu-jitsu and all that. But yeah, give him. I think we should give him another year. I think he got fatigued this year. He hasn't played more than 12 games in his career, so that might have affected him. I think he should go back and work on his mobility, escapability a little bit,
Yeah, I agree.
So I don't want to give up on Tua yet. And you compare him to Drew Brees, right? Drew Brees didn't win a Super Bowl until his 9th year.
You're right.
And I think New Orleans was his 4th year when he broke it to win the Super Bowl. So you got to be patient. You can't. It's so hard to find a quarterback, a good one.
Ebad,
He's been to the playoffs back-to-back years. He didn't play last year, but the team has been successful under him.
Ebad, I'm all for Tua. I'm all for Tua, and I hope he's our quarterback for 15 years. I'm just saying right now, we can't make him the highest paid player in the NFL. We can't extend him.
Yeah, I agree.
But I do want.
I agree. You got to give him a Daniel Jones type of deal, 3 years. Yeah, $40 million a year, or whatever. That's fine with me.
Rightfully so.
And I think Mike got to give up the play calling. I think it's too predictable. It's just the toss play, the reverse toss, the Tyreek play. I don't see more than all those plays. That's that's the offense. It's predictable. It's the same thing against every team. So I think we gotta go with Frank. I believe his name is, who's been a candidate for a head coaching job. Let him do the play calling.
Yeah, well, yeah.
That's all, guys. Keep up the good work.
Love you, brother. Thank you so much right there. Yeah, I think I'm in Ebad's court with Tua's our guy. And look, Vlad, I'll tell you this right now. You should hope, as a Dolphins fan, Mike McDaniel's your next coach for 20 years, and you should hope Tua Tagovailoa is your next quarterback for the next 15 years, because that means they're going to be really good, and you're going to want to keep them, and you're going to want to extend them. They just got to grow. They just have to grow right now. They're kind of in an area where they and the good thing is, Vlad, you got to admit they have room for growth. You do believe that they can grow, right? You don't believe they've hit the ceiling as a coach or as a quarterback. Maybe I'm getting it on the text line too.
Text line and the Twitches, they're irked It irked. They're being irked at upset. Let me say that they're
Flock has
upset.
gone after me for calling them soft, and he said it was -7. I go, making that excuse is soft.
And
we
the
had a lot
injuries.
of injuries. Once again, making that excuse is soft. That's a soft culture. You don't hear the Ravens going out there. It's cold
Flock,
outside.
everybody's been hurt.
Everybody's got to play in the cold.
Yes. So listen. You had the reason why you got to take this, and I'm going to reiterate this again. You wanted to be the controller of your own destiny.
Man, you did a great job getting there.
And you got that. Through all the narratives, all the criticism, oh, they're a fraud team, this and that. You had 3 opportunities to shut everyone up. You did right. You did well the first opportunity. If we take away the Tennessee game, we're taking away the Tennessee game, even though I feel Tennessee game is the beginning, the root of all of this, the downslide. But you beat Dallas. Cool.
Thought maybe we'd fix some problems.
That Baltimore game, you got beat down. Fine. All right. Nobody's in Baltimore's level.
Best
We get
team in
that.
the NFL. They beat down the 49ers.
Right.
The week before.
Right. Okay. We get that. We get that. That Buffalo loss was nasty. It's the nasty. It's the nastiest. Because that Buffalo loss makes you remember that Tennessee loss. That it's a domino effect. It's like boom. Oh, and you know what? If you had taken care of business against Tennessee, then that Buffalo game would have not meant anything. Buffalo might have not even, they definitely would have just only been playing for a wild card positioning at that time.
Yeah, and you could have ended their life too. You could have stuck the dagger through their neck possibly at that point. But then again, Tennessee lost, so it wouldn't matter. But still, a little good momentum going into the
and like you said with
playoffs.
so that's why you had a chance. Think about it. If you handled your business, you would have been in 72-degree weather right now. All right.
And you would have been in your routine, in your arena with your family and everybody around. It would have been
Do you
nice.
imagine? Do you understand? They played in nearly 85 degrees colder weather than we are right now.
I know. Also, how about you reward your fans who have stuck through the thick and thin in 23 years and give them a home playoff game? I'm saying, I know they don't think about that a lot, but that would be nice. That would be nice.
Do you know how crazy it would be right
how
now?
nice that would be?
You know what this Sunday would have been in South Florida history?
Oh, my goodness.
You have the Dolphin game at 1 p.m. and then you mosey on your ass along. You hit the turnpike, the 95. You go down south and go to D. Wade's Hall of Fame ceremony with the Heat as they take on the Hornets. That would have been a great South Florida Sunday.
How about you give another young generation of people that are under the age of 30 their first memory of a Dolphins
victory
in the playoffs? And I say under 30 because you don't really remember a lot of things until you're 5, 6, 7 years old.
Bro, they don't know who the Lamar Smith is.
They don't remember Ricky Williams. There's a whole generation of people basically 30 years and younger that are Dolphins fans.
Chad
that
Pennington.
have never seen the Dolphins win a playoff game. How about? And I know that's not on top of your mind when you're a player. You're trying to take care of business, but that would be nice. We're being nice by taking calls. 305-567-0560. We're going to continue to take them next here on Sports Day 560 WQAM.
WQ.
Sucks, brother. I mean, losing sucks in general. Doesn't feel good. I'll tell you that. I think anyone could play the what if game, but tonight's ordeal was what we decided to put out there, and that's what happened. Can't change that. Can't go back. Can only learn from it and move forward from that.
No Tua. No one's playing the what if game. We know exactly what happened. Ain't no what if. Defense was messed up. A lot of injuries. They played good. They played their hearts out. What if? There was no what if about last night. That was a no doubter. Vlad said from the first series he knew it was over. I said the beginning of the third quarter.
First series, bro.
It hurts. It hurts. 305-567-0560. Let's go back to the phone lines. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Hey, what's going on?
Hey, how's Miami? How's it going?
Doing okay.
All right, so my other thing, man, I think Tua is probably the guy.
Yeah.
But a lot of coaching decisions, man, not good, man. Running out the play clock before getting your plays in, no adjustments, things like that, man. I like Mike McDaniels, but he needs a little more help.
That is true. I like that you bring that up right now because I had an article. It said on late season offensive struggles, Tua Tagovailoa repeatedly mentioned communication issues. Apparently, Tua kept saying that, there were some issues with the communication, with the play calling and all that stuff. That's something you got to get worked out, Vlad, before especially the most crucial time of the season.
Yeah, you would think that.
Whether it's getting a play in early, whether it's your headsets, whether it's whatever. That's something that you should fine tune as the season goes on.
Yeah, that's something you shouldn't have to be worrying about during the season.
Here's a quote from Tua. As the leader of the offense, it really started with practices, Tua says. That's how we should have got things going, was in practice with the communication. Knowing we should be in a loud environment, those miscues led to the delay of games. We can't change the protection because we don't have enough time, things like that. It was communication errors. Once again, I would say that's something you need to work out throughout the season and not have it falter at the end of the season. And that's true. Dolphins do have a lot of problems with the clock running down and Tua kind of looking confused. And
yeah, that delay of game penalty, that's not something that should be happening. I hate that. There's just certain, like you said, those type of penalties, those type of mistakes shouldn't be happening in the wild card game.
And it's going to be loud. Maybe there should be some alternate ways of getting protection and calls. Not just, it looks like this team just doesn't have a plan B and doesn't have a lot of counter punches. It looks like we have a game plan. This is what we're doing. If it gets loud, just yell louder.
So are they wannabe bullies?
I mean, they haven't bullied anybody.
But I mean, they beat up on the poor teams, the teams with bad records. I mean, somebody said if you take away the 70 points away from the Broncos, they're below average offense, and that's so untrue. They were putting up big numbers on a lot of teams, except when they went against playoff level teams.
Really tough, rough teams.
And other than Tennessee, all their losses were to playoff teams.
And Tennessee's kind of a tough, rough team with Vrabel's attitude and everything. Will Levis got you. 305-567-0560. Let's go back to the phone lines. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Andre from Miami.
Andre, what's up?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm a longtime Dolphin fan. I'm 55 years old, man. I've been watching the Dolphins struggle for a long time.
Way to put it.
I truly believe that Tua is not the quarterback for us, and it's not his fault. I think it's the change from our coaches when he first came to the Dolphins. They gave him like unlimited access, do what you can do, show us what you got, and he got concussions and interceptions. So when Daniels came, he put a brace on him where he's saying, well, look, this guy's accurate with throwing the ball, so let's give him time and plays. He throws very accurately in time and plays, but if that breakdown, he cannot read the defense and go through progressions. Mm-hmm. And that's what the teams over 500 recognize. If they take away his first option, he cannot read the defense and go through progressions.
Absolutely.
They're gonna either throw the ball to a wide receiver or running back and pitch it out to the flat, safety zone down on him and kill him.
Yep.
It's the same thing over and over, just a different player. So I just don't believe that Tua is the guy only because he's not capable of being elusive, like you were saying earlier, moving around, holding the pocket down long enough to let somebody else get open. you hit it on the head, man. If that first play breakdown, he's like a deer in headlights. He don't know what to do next.
He can't do anything else. He's not elusive. It's true, Dan, because it's if you look at it, he grabs the ball, and if he does this, taps it once, and can't get rid of that ball, the play's broken down, and it's usually 9 times out of 10, it's usually a negative play for the Dolphins.
Who's that? 100%. I agree with you that he is like that right now. But do you also agree with me that there's room for change? There's room for him to learn to use progressions, learn that if plays break down, he can use his legs or he can possibly go to other options. I believe
he could.
That. But right now,
you know what? I'm going to shoot him a little bit because you just mentioned that. Maybe because of the concussion history,
that's it.
And he's got to. He had to. I don't want to say relearn.
He gets it out faster than anybody in the league.
But he has to. Everything still has to come into play. So he has to progress of learning how to get out.
Pardon the pun. He needs to progress. Learn to progress his reads and do things like that.
But
right now he's very rigid.
But he needs to do that because there's a lot. The teams they're too good, bro.
Yeah.
Good teams are good. That's the reason why they're good teams. That's why they're championship
They got
contending
great coaching
teams.
and they got great players.
Great coaching, great players, great scouts. They know they have a game plan. They're gonna take. Every team is always gonna take out what you do best.
How do you counter?
It's what do you do to counter? And for some damn reason, and this is frustrating, bro. I can understand that. I'm not even a fan. So I know people's like, oh, you don't want to hear this from me. I'm not even a fan, but you're a fan of sports. You want to see the best go against each other. And I just don't understand why in December and January, over the last 2 seasons, the Miami Dolphins, who had this unbelievable offense, regress.
Mm-hmm.
They don't progress. They regress.
They regress.
And why is that? That is something that needs to be answered. Somebody's got to respond. Somebody's got to answer that. Is it a quarterback or is it a coach? Is it both of them?
I think everyone shoulders a little blame in this case. 305-567-0560. Back to the phone lines. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, what's up, man? My name is Rudy. I'm calling from Cape Coral, Florida.
Happy to have you, Rudy. What's up?
What's going on?
I grew up in Sub Beach, longtime Dolphin fan since 1968. Hey, one of the problems that I see is just like as bad as like the Patriots year they had. You know what? They beat more teams over 500 than we did.
I know.
That's crazy. All this offense, all this records, for whatever reason, we could blame that all these injuries were in defense. But all of our starters played yesterday. So what was the problem? Why can't we advance the ball? Why can't we score when we play teams above 500?
Yeah, and the offensive line was in the best shape it had been in a long time yesterday. And
yes, they were all there.
Man, and that is sad that you bring up that New England Patriots had more wins against above 500 teams.
So did the Jets.
Yeah.
So did the Jets.
Yeah.
It is a good point by that caller. Thanks for calling,
Rudy.
Because if you really, man, the defense was okay. We're talking about injuries. All right, the defense was decimated with injuries, but they still did a hell of a job. They held that off.
They played good enough to win.
They did their job. Okay. They did their
they were
job.
On the field a lot too. Let's not.
But bro, they gave we know Kansas City's not the same offense that they were.
Well, in the regular season.
But they could have put up 30 to 40. It could have been a bad loss. It could have been a worse loss than the score indicate. The score doesn't even indicate how bad the game was.
Let's hold tight. This could have been a Kansas City team that's wily. And they would know that let's just get through the regular season and let's then show what we can do in the postseason.
I think that
you're getting your best version of Kansas City.
But okay, you're getting the best version of Kansas City. But guess what? What could have been when they got in the red zone? When they got in the red zone, for the most part, you did a good job of holding them to 3 points instead of them scoring 7. So if they were only scoring 3 and still giving you an opportunity to stay in the game, if the offense get their act together. What happens? Like you said, bro. You said, Guzan, 16-7. You get the kickoff. You get the ball starting in the second half.
Drive the field.
You drive the field. Even if you get a field goal, it's 16-10. Okay, it's a one-possession game.
Also, remember the time Alec Ingold fielded that kickoff upfield and we got really good field position? What did we do with it? Obviously nothing.
Nothing. That's the
No,
problem.
or was that the Tyreek Hill series where we woke up and decided to go to Tyreek Hill 2 times in a row and get a touchdown? I think that was the series. So, yeah, we did do something. We decided to go to – and let me tell you, sitting around with Giuseppe, Nathan, and the ladies who know nothing about football, everyone in the room before that series, why don't they go to Tyreek Hill? They should go to Tyreek Hill. Whoop, whoop, touchdown. Why don't they go back to Tyreek Hill? Oh.
Was there a point of even putting Jalen Waddle there if he wasn't going to do anything?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on, man. There's a lot of mind-boggling things that happened yesterday, which is why people are calling Tua and Mike McDaniel. And it seems like maybe not physically, but for the most part, the streets are going to get a body, not a physical body, but Mike McDaniel and Tua, at least in the realm of public opinion.
Oh, they're getting,
and they deserve it.
And there's really nothing you can say. There's nothing you can say if you're a fan of either individual, because
I still think both of them are guys. I still believe in them going forward. I just believe last night they were not very good.
The proof is in the pudding, and what you've seen over the last 6 weeks is really,
that's true. Not just yesterday.
It's not even yesterday. It's just that's what I'm saying. This was a slow. That you look at the game, you're like, oh my god, it's still like 30 minutes left, and you're like, but then in your head you're like, oh wait, it's only a 2-possession game. They still got time. But then you're like, but you really see this game and you've watched the team over the last 6 weeks. You're like, yeah, they're not gonna make it. They're not gonna win.
No,
they're not gonna. No.
Even though there was time on the clock, I was not confident in a score or a comeback or anything like that, or them trying to figure things out because they weren't doing that. 305-567-0560. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
It's Bob from Palm Bay, Florida. How you guys doing?
Nah.
Yeah, listen, the thing I'd like to say is that it's the first 6 games. I think that's where the Dolphins they peaked out, right? Because after that, if you take a look at it, we went 6-6 the rest of the year. Tua Tagovailoa, 14 touchdowns. He had 14 touchdowns in the last 12 games, 9 interceptions in the last 12, 5 in the first 6. That was our high watermark, and we went behind 14-0 in that game against Carolina. The team was predictable. After the first 6 games, people figured this out. It was the same thing last year. It wasn't this last season run, the end of the season run. Okay? And I've been a fan since 1968, just like the other guy. Okay? Tua's not our guy. Puts too much torque into the ball. It's such a struggle to throw downfield. Watch a guy like C.J. Stroud whips it down the field. Pat Mahomes whips it down the field. Okay, that's not our guy, and McDaniel has got to stop becoming so damn predictable.
Yeah, he's supposed to be an offensive genius, but I will say this though. It's saying like, oh, at the end of the season, they kind of went down. It's a copycat league. It's harder to win at the end of the season, the beginning, because the book is more extensive. So that's every team that's struggling with that.
But Dan, that's all fine and good. But don't tell me that. That's what he was doing every damn week. Telling me we're not the same team we were last year. We learned from the mistakes of struggling last year. We're not gonna, this is what we're doing this for. This is for us to win in December and January.
Yeah.
But guess what happened in December and January? You got your ass kicked.
This was the game you built towards all season. You had no excuse to go out there and do what you did, or lack of what you did yesterday. All year. It'll all make sense in January when we play in the playoffs. We're a team for the playoffs. This was the game. And you just did absolutely nothing. There's no excuse. No excuse. Like I said, we're looking for answers, Vlad. And there's not a lot.
I mean, there's not answers because here's the thing. I don't want to say there's not answers. It's something you just need to ponder. Because this upcoming season, 2024, may be the biggest season in Miami Dolphins history in a long time.
Oh, it's a make or break season now.
Okay, because this is going to be 3 years of Coach Mikey Fit. Okay, and it's going to be 5th year of Tua, 3rd under Mikey Fit.
Ooh, Tua did talk about it being a contract, and he's not really worried about that. Did you know that, Vlad?
I don't know why he's saying that, because hold on. This is what he said.
Okay.
I don't feel any pressure at all.
Huh?
I have full trust in myself. I have full trust in what I'm capable of doing for our organization.
Rule number 1, I don't think about it. I don't worry about that. Means
you think about
I think about it. I'm worried about it. I don't feel pressure. That's rule number 1. If you say you don't, you're automatically thinking about it. I hate that. Just come out and say it's a contract year. I need to ball out. There's nothing wrong with that. We want you to. But I hate that. I don't even think about it. I don't feel any pressure. Why should I feel pressure?
And it's
Because it's millions of dollars in the rest of your life, my friend.
It's life-changing money.
Yeah. You should feel it. Like if my boss Lynn comes up and says, if you have the best show ever today, we're going to give you guys a huge contract. But if you don't do too good, you might not have a job. Guess what? I'm not going to come on and be like, what do I care? Do what I do. It'll be all right. No, I'm going to bring it.
Oh man.
I don't feel the same thing. Like we're having fun. If you're having fun, you don't need to tell me you're having fun. We got you.
Oh man. Let me read some text here.
Please just read.
609 Harry Potter McDaniel all bundled up on the sidelines.
He did
Looked
look
like the nerdy dude we used to steal their lunch money.
He looks stiff.
He looked stiff, yeah. 415 Tua is not the guy. The Dolphins will waste years to find out. Tua's arm is not strong enough.
I still think he's the guy, but after last night, it's hard to argue. Go ahead.
954 we need a newer quarterback.
Oh, that
was good. I like the
wordplay.
Wordplay. I like the wordplay. 305 Tua had a chance to prove it at Buffalo, and he pooped the bed.
It's not for lack of chances this year for Tua. He had a multitude of chances to prove that he is the man, and he played his worst games in the biggest games. Yes.
Rough from Miami. So what you're saying is bring in Harbaugh.
Oh, that's not me.
That's not what my cousin Dan is saying.
I don't want Harbaugh.
Vlad's saying if Harbaugh is available, and breaking news, Jim Harbaugh is meeting with the Los Angeles Chargers as one of the few first NFL teams he's talking to. So if he's taking meetings right now,
he's going to take meetings.
He's taking meetings. He's basically, he's about to go.
It does no.
Whoever's paying, whoever's going to give him the bag, he's about to go.
Either way, it's about money. Whether he wants to go to the NFL or whether he wants to stay at Michigan.
Well, college football might need him right now
he's
because
driving up that price.
With Saban being gone, he's the Pied Piper right now of college coaches. Him and Dion.
Well, he ain't going. He ain't leaving Michigan.
Well, I mean, he might leave Michigan for the NFL.
Alabama should have hired Deion Sanders, man. That would have been so awesome.
But him, Jim Harbaugh is the name right now, and if the Chargers going to talk to him, I'm sorry. If I'm Stephen Ross, there's no way I don't let my Michigan, my Maize and Blue alum, I don't talk to him.
He had no problem jumping on a boat with Tom Brady and giving away some top picks. Why not have a
That's
legal,
what I'm saying. If you were talking to Trump, have a legal meeting that everybody knows. You were having legal meetings with Sean, trying to get Sean Payton.
If Mike McDaniel has a problem, it's business.
Hey, hold up. Didn't he have to eat 2 weeks for that this year? Or was that last season?
What do you mean?
Stephen Ross.
Oh, yeah.
Was it this season or last season?
I get so lost.
Somebody let me know. Was it this season? Because if I ate 2 games, if I had to eat 2 games because of this, I think it might have been last season.
I think it was last season.
It probably was last season.
But you know what? If Mike McDaniel gets butthurt because you have a meeting with someone that's an alumnus of your school that just won your university a national championship and maybe is on the hiring block, that's business. If you can't handle that, you know what word that is, Vlad? The word that I've been using a little bit? It's not finesse. It's another word.
Soft?
It's soft. If you get hurt about that, that's business. We'll see. 305-567-0560. The number to call. Will continue to take your calls and react to the Dolphins getting blown out by the Kansas City Chiefs next here on 560 WQAM.
Game Day Uncensored.
all the time, right? Make sure you have the Odyssey app. It's an easy way to listen to us wherever you are. Make WQAM your favorite station and take us wherever you go.
They brought a lot of pressure. I wish I would have been able to make some of those throws. We had some guys kind of running free downfield. I missed a couple of them. But other than that, I thought the guys accepted the challenge. We were able to throw the ball. We were able to run the ball against some of those pressures. I thought the O-line did a great job. I mean, we had that mentality all week is we're going to go out there and play football. We know it's cold, but we're going to go out there and play football and see what happens.
That's Patrick Mahomes talking about they had that mentality. They accepted the challenge and went after it. He had some really nice, nifty runs that really bailed them out a couple times. Sometime where he cracked his helmet and everything like that. Those runs really broke the back of the defense right there because I think they were both on third down, and he was just slicing and dicing. That's why he's Patrick Mahomes. But you hear the talk? Accepting the challenge. We knew what it was about. We knew it was going to be cold. We didn't make any excuses. We went out there and took it.
Yo, he basically just called the fence soft.
Yeah,
He knew, like, yeah, we knew it was going to be cold. We weren't going to complain about it. We're not worried about it. We're used to this.
No. Ready for it.
It's playoffs.
Yeah, no excuses. Let's go out there and get them. And it did feel like that. And Vlad, that's what I told you. Dolphins, you need to go out there and get it. If you don't get it, at least you went out trying to get it. It looked like Kansas City went out there to get it. We looked like they were out there just to not lose. Once again, great job. 305-567-0560. Let's go back to the phones. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Hello?
Hello?
Yo, what's up?
Hey, how's it going? It's AB from Miami. First of all, great show, man. Hey, I wanted to ask you guys a question. I mean, because I totally agree with the critique they have on Tua. I believe it too, as far as him being one-dimensional, getting figured out for the year.
Mm-hmm.
But my thing is this, and I'm not trying to compare him to Lamar Jackson, but when you look at someone like Lamar Jackson, he's two-dimensional. He's amazing, but he also struggles. He struggled since he got into the league. Every time they go to the postseason. In big situations, big games. So my question is, how much of this do you guys really think is on Tua versus on the team in general, just has to get better around him, or is it a little bit of both?
Yeah, I think it's right now it's the culture, AB, to be honest with you. I think it's a culture from the coaching to the quarterback to the way they play. And I think they're kind of in their own heads. They heard it all like last year, you lost a lot of games in December. You got to win the ones that count. It kind of got into them again. It went into that Tennessee game. It starts from the top down. I hate to be like a Heat guy, but it's the culture. The Heat have that good culture. Seems like the Dolphins towards the end of the season have that culture of let's just try to. And it does. Am I wrong that it felt like they tried not to lose as opposed to going out there and trying to win?
Good point. Thank you.
Thank you, AB.
It's not only the culture, bro. It's a little bit of everything, but
yeah,
Tua's got to show, but it's show and prove, man. You got to show and prove. When the opportunity, when the moment arrives, you got to show and prove.
Got to take the challenge, like Patrick.
And
Mahomes
like Patrick Mahomes says,
take
take the
the
challenge. We've
challenge.
seen the reason why we talk so highly about Patrick Mahomes because when the challenges have been there, the opportunity, the moments, we've seen him be successful in those moments. We would like to see Tua be successful in those moments because you know why? Then all you Tuanons can say he is that guy. Then if you're successful, then you know what? Oh, that's right. He did lead them to a national title when they had to sit Jalen Hurts. Then you start remembering all the good, all the times that he has showcased that he's a very good quarterback. But now you're in the NFL. In the NFL postseason. This is it. This is where you make your name.
Money. Make your
name and
build
fame.
your legacy.
You make your name and fame right here. Your first postseason game, and it's in horrible weather conditions. And every narrative they have about you, about your team, you can wipe out with a performance.
20 for 39, 199 yards, one touchdown, one interception.
So you were 51%, and you couldn't even bust 200.
You threw a terrible interception.
And let's be
touchdown was not
and we keep it a buck here. A lot of that buck 99 was empty calories.
And there was a 53-yard bomb that you threw that Tyreek Hill had to come
So
back.
you take that 53-yard bomb out the way.
That takes a touchdown out the
and you take those last remember that drive in the fourth quarter that took forever?
Yeah.
And that they weren't scoring?
Yeah.
You take those empty calories away. He's
100 yards.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who did take the challenge yesterday. Best player on the field, a rookie. Rasheed Rice.
She Rice played hell. He
Best
played,
player on the field.
Played very well.
He took the challenge. He went after it. He wanted that ball. He should have scored 2 touchdowns. Blocking the back took it away from him, but nonetheless. Isaiah Pacheco, too. Let's give him credit. 24 carries, 89 yards, a touchdown.
That's another thing.
Ran hard.
When guys are running hard, you got a group of men from the other team tackling, and you can't bring them down. That's making you look. That means something.
Remember when Clyde Edwards-Helaire had like a 12-yard carry, and 8 of them were just him pushing and going.
That means something. I spoke very high of the defense because they really kept the team in there for most of the game, but it means something. They're letting you know. They sending a message, but like, you guys ain't ready for this. You guys ain't tough enough for this. You can't bring me down. You take 6, 7 of you guys. You can't bring me down. No.
Also, very good balance, by the way, from Andy Reid. There was some downfield passing. There was some running.
Dude, they had over 70 plays in that cold.
We had sideways passing, some very kind of predictable runs. 305-567-056. Let's take another call before we go to break. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Freddie, calling from Boca. How are you guys today?
Doing good. Hang in there, Freddie.
Hey, listen, that last clip you played of Mahomes, that pretty much says it all.
Mm-hmm.
He's a winner.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the guys in the playoffs are winners.
Yeah.
They have a no-quit mentality. They are fearless. That's what it takes.
Yeah.
Tua plays scared.
He did.
That's all I can say.
No.
He plays like he doesn't belong. And if you heard him in the post game, he blamed it on communication. Yeah, we should have worked more on communication during the practice.
We knew it was going to be loud.
What?
He said we knew it was going to be loud. We should have worked better on communications.
Yeah, it's just crazy. It just boils down to you either have what it takes or you don't. And I think the years have proven that Tua doesn't. I just can't see this team signing this guy to a large bag, expecting that's going to make a difference. It's not about coaching. It's not about talent around him. It's Tua. And what he needs, he doesn't need a quarterback coach. I think he needs a nice long session on a couch with a shrink, because that's where the heart of the problem really is. What is it about Tua that he doesn't believe in himself? Everybody else around him does. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I do get that feeling that he's not as cocky and confident as some of the other quarterbacks in the league. I have gotten that feeling over the years. Maybe that's just his attitude. Maybe that's his personality. But you are not incorrect in at least the appearance of Tua sometimes looking a little, and Flores got to him. But, that's one of those things. We all have bosses sometimes that beat down on us, and we just have to persevere.
I don't know. I just can't see this team doing anything better next year with Tua. I really don't. He's not going to change. He's not going to change overnight. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, Freddie says it right there. Don't sign him to the big bag.
Wow, Freddie says he needs to see Dr. Melfi.
There's nothing wrong with going to therapy too, and who knows, he might be. That's something personal and private. But I have, Vlad, I have noticed over the years, some of these quarterbacks, they just seem like nothing affects them, like Patrick Mahomes.
Well, they're supposed to have that.
They're going to figure it out. Tua does sometimes seem a little like, shrunken in, and maybe not as, even when his confident moments, he kind of seems like,
You know what? It's either he's had to deal with so much, there's been so much talk about him that sometimes you feel like you have to answer, because when you don't answer and they continue, it starts like they're piling on,
right,
and you're not responding. So because you're not responding, that's a sign of weakness. But in this case, it's like, because he did respond sometimes, whether it was Ryan Clark, they're like, oh, they like spicy Tua. Well, all right, cool. Give me, everybody likes spicy Tua. But when the criticism that they have is true, then what? Where's all the Tua-nons? Like, you can't, when they saying that, oh, he doesn't work well when if he doesn't have the first read. He doesn't go through his progressions. He's not mobile. He's not elusive. He doesn't have the strongest of arms. When that happens, when that is showcased, when that's displayed, yeah, people like our previous caller is going to have questions. And you're looking at this team right now, and we've said this. Everybody got the windows are short. Okay, you got 2 years. Like I say,
Tua's got 1 year now.
You got 2 years to replenish, reload,
or replace.
or replace or refocus.
Tua's got 1 year. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Tua, you have 1 year.
They both do.
Yeah.
They both do.
I mean, Mike McDaniel, 2 years, 2 winning seasons, 2 playoff appearances.
But you have no playoff wins.
And like you said earlier, Skylar Thompson showed out more, and the Dolphins showed out
And
more
I
last
said
year
this
in the
the
playoffs
minute
than they
I'm
did
looking at this
year.
game. I'm like, wow, Skylar Thompson had a better game than Tua did last year in against Buffalo. You know, Tua's what we said he was 51%, less than 200 yards,
199 yards, bad interception early in the game, 1 touchdown, Tyreek Hill, which was an ugly touchdown. I mean, not to pile on,
but it was an underthrown pass.
Way underthrown. So underthrown that the defender had to pass. I mean, like they had to, but they pass interfered because Tua had to come back, and Tyreek had to come back so much. And then Tyreek still had to make moves to score that touchdown. Tyreek Hill's not skating.
All
either.
right.
Got to put it on your own team better than that.
Even though he didn't have it. If you really look at the numbers, he probably didn't have that much better of a game than Tua. He probably had a worse game. But it felt like at least the team competed better than
The team
this game.
competed more.
But Skyler was 18 for 45 for 220 yards, 1 touchdowns, and 2 interceptions.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Still, the team competed better because last night they didn't
But
compete.
they lost 34-31. They competed.
Kansas City never looked scared last night, by the way. And that's part of their pedigree. I understand. They've won 2 Super Bowls. They've been to 3. They've got the best quarterback in the league. They've got one of the best coaches of all time. I understand that. They're not going to blink, but they never looked that scared, did they, Vlad? Did they ever look worried last night at any point, even when it was 10-7, which was the closest point it basically was? Because they scored on the first drive.
No, they weren't. They weren't. Even after that 2-yard, that 2-play drive that the Dolphins scored.
Gets back to Freddie's call. Those guys looked like they belonged, looked like they knew what was going on. They were cool and calm and collected, while the Dolphins looked like they were in their first playoff game in a long time, and they just were trying to find a way to, be successful. Kansas City looked like they had been there, done that, belonged there. We looked like ain't been there, ain't done that. Don't know how much we belong.
A couple of texts before we go to break.
Yes, please.
413. Yeah, Mahomes running by the Riley Apple statues was impressive. 954. If Dolphins fail to run the ball consistently, if they would have run the ball, use the tight ends, use the fullback, use 3 running backs that are more capable of gaining the yards, this wouldn't have happened. 3 of our losses at the end of the year were caused because McDaniel stopped running the ball.
A lot of fans have been calling for more running. Of course, your running back options are injured Raheem Mostert and injured Devon Achane.
Damn, but this is what bothers me about
Jeff Wilson Jr.
Not that. It's not that. You said last year.
Oh, we're gonna run the ball. We're gonna run the ball. We're getting back to it. I made a mistake. I got 2 pass happy.
And what happened this year? Because we look at the plays. I'm looking at the stats, bro.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the stats. 75 total plays by the Chiefs, right? Mahomes threw 41 passes. They ran the ball 34 times. The Dolphins had 59 total plays. Tua had 39 passes. They ran the ball 20 times.
In that type of weather, with everything going on. I have a theory on what happened last night. We're also going to take calls 305-567-0560. Back after this on 560 WQAM.
Turn it up. It's Sports Day with Dan Day.
I can hear Mike McDaniel now in that auditorium that Hard Knocks apparently loves to be in all the time. This one's on me. You had a coach that did not prepare the team. I sucked. Therefore, everyone else sucked. I did not get you ready. We did not make good calls. This one's on me. Now, rightfully so. A coach should always take accountability for that. But man, everybody sucked.
By the way, and
This
that's-
one's on me.
And okay, I like that. You're accountable. You're holding yourself accountable. You're taking responsibility for it. But then after a while, you start hearing that a lot, a little too much, a little too often.
Yeah.
You're gonna start zoning out. You start not wanting to hear that anymore. And it started to become it was not even a little, it was becoming redundant, extremely redundant and repetitive week after week, watching Hard Knocks in season with the Dolphins. And then we're not the same team last year. I'm wrong. I didn't have you guys ready. Nah, okay. How many times you're not gonna have a team ready?
For the 1,000th time, like I've said, adversity makes us better. It gets to a point where I'm tired of hearing it. Go out there and do it. Like, you know what, Mike McDaniel? Dolphins fans are tired of not winning a playoff game for 24 years. How about that? This one's on me. I suck. Well, that doesn't do much now for us, Coach. Doesn't do much for us now.
We came here to win, didn't happen. We fell short of our goals. We had very strong expectations for ourselves. One of the reasons a lot of people don't put themselves out there and hold those expectations is because when you fall short from them, it's emotional, it's gut-wrenching.
You think?
Mm-hmm.
And you're gonna tell me what?
So was he trying to say, like, at least we put it out there, like trying to save a little bit of face? Like, we put it out there, we put out our goals. We weren't afraid to get hurt. Well, you got hurt. You got, I don't know.
You got mollywopped.
Yeah, I mean, that not even sat down. Like I said, if you're a Dolphins fan leaving the game, first of all, you feel terrible that you made that trip and you watched that and you sat in the cold.
By the way, shout out to you guys. All right. I'm not even, I don't mess with you guys hard body karate like that. But if you're a Dolphin fan that went to Kansas City and you stood
in that cold,
and you, like our boy, who was Nick, who made the sign?
Yeah.
Freezing our fins
You
off.
got on national TV.
At least you got on national TV. Yo, shout out to you. You did not deserve that play that the Dolphins gave to you. I mean, you spent your hard-earned money and braved the cold.
True
fan, and they didn't give you a true performance.
I'll even say this. I'm guessing. Now, maybe I'm wrong. I'm guessing Kansas City fans after the game were probably just like, I'm sorry. Like, they weren't even talking noise. They were just like, man, I'm sorry you had to come out for that. I mean, like, they weren't hurting you anymore.
I hope they bought you a hot chocolate.
You know what? If the roles were reversed, and let's say it was nasty like it is today, and Kansas City fans came out the whole week that they were here, they got no sun and fun. It was all dirty, nasty weather, and we whooped you like we did. At the end, I'd be like, you know what? You need a drink, man? I got you. Or girl, I got you.
It is 3:08 right now, right? And it's nasty weather outside. Taking a look, but you would take this nasty weather than last night.
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10.
305-567-0560. Let's go back to the phone lines. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. My name is Mike.
What's going on, Mike?
Okay. In my opinion, Tua is not the man. He has too many things going against him. First of all, he lacks arm strength. Every time he throws a sideline pattern, I'm 70 years old, and I think I can throw a sideline pattern. That the ball will get faster there. The ball takes forever to get there. It gives the defensive back time to recover, either bat the ball down or interception, pick six. I agree with your sidekick there. In today's game, you need a dual threat. You need somebody that can throw. You need somebody that can run. And unfortunately, he's not athletic. He's very slow. And due to his injury history, he's not a threat to run. In my opinion, the one redeeming quality that he has accuracy. But other than that, he has too many things against him. That's my humble opinion.
Mike, A lot of people are echoing your sentiments. I did have a theory last night why we kept throwing those stupid little screen passes, which also were very, very soft, which gave the defense, and Mike's right, gave the defense plenty of time to recover and get to you. I thought that Mike McDaniel wanted to run the ball, but also wanted to get Tua going. So he kind of used it as a de facto long handoff. Therefore, it was kind of like a run, but at the same time, it was Tua getting in his rhythm, but it did not work. That did not work. And Mike's right. The passes were not very accurate. They were very soft, and the defense was on that quick.
What happened at halftime? Were they just
Did they just sit and cool
were
to
they
warm
like
up?
bums?
Did they just warm up?
Yeah, we're like bums, trying to get like on a
Cold out there
in the center, and
Cold
it's
out
warm,
there.
because there was no adjustments made. Like, you would have loved to see something going into that first drive of the second half.
You pull out all the stops. This is the
Do
game.
something to make sure to keep. All right, we're back in this.
16-7. That's the game. You have to realize that. Okay, guys, this is what we're going to do, because if we don't score here, we pretty much are done on the road against the champs with this cold and their experience. Here's the plays that we're going to run. These plays are going to work. These are the best of the best plays. I've been saving them all year. We're going out there. No, they ran the most unimaginative plays that you could have imagined. It was very frustrating. Throwing it out to the slot and just, what in the world was going on?
Oh my
And
God.
they even asked Mike McDaniel. He goes, no. What's her name? Hart Tongue. I don't remember her first name.
Oh, Katie
Hart Tongue. His response was something along the lines of, well, we just need on offense to convert better so our defense can get warm on the sideline. What? So execute better. Okay, duh. I think everybody needs to execute better so our defense can sit there and be warm on the sidelines. Good job, Mike McDaniel. 305-567-0560. Let's go back to the phone lines. WQAM, hello. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Don from Miami.
Hell yeah, Don. What's up?
What's going on, Don?
All right. I heard you guys talking about we didn't run enough. Forget that old story that we got to run more is an old story, because I'm going to give you some facts here. In the Baltimore game and the Tennessee game, which both games we got our ass kicked, we ran for 154 yards in Baltimore and 158 in Tennessee, and we weren't in those games. The only reason we were unbalanced last night, because you pointed out we only had 20 runs versus 30-something passes, is because after the third quarter, we stopped running the ball because we were so damn far behind we had to throw the ball. Now, that ends up to be the other problem. You don't have anybody who can throw the ball downfield. That's why he kept throwing the outs. He knew that Tua is not the guy. And when that guy signed up to be coach, he sold the front office a bill of goods because they picked Tua over Herbert many years ago. And so Mike McDaniel says, I'm going to make Tua successful. Well, he did that as far as numbers go, but not as far as being an NFL quarterback. The guy cannot do it. He doesn't have the physical ability to be an NFL quarterback. He's fragile. He can't throw it more than 35 yards accurately. And that's that. He just can't extend the play. Look at what Mahomes does when he's under pressure, and then look at what Tua does anytime he's under pressure. One guy falls down, the other guy scores touchdowns. Well, you guys, no one is watching, they're listening. Stop looking at stats and start watching the game, and you'll see what we don't have, and that's a quarterback. I'm so frustrated.
That is very frustrating. A lot of us are frustrated right there. Yeah, the numbers only tell you so much. When things start breaking down, Patrick Mahomes is rushing for tons of yards. When things start breaking down, Tua is looking to, I don't even know what he's looking to do, get rid of the ball, not get sacked, just try to figure things out. He did that against Tennessee too. Remember that. Tennessee, there was a couple fizzled out plays at towards the end where he just kind of ran for a yard or two and fell down. Caught up in the numbers, but at the same time, numbers are part of the game.
Talking about looking at now, that's a great call. But the reason why we say that is because about the running game is because that's what Coach McDaniel said. For what the mistakes he learned from last season, his first year as a head coach, things that he wanted to do different. So therefore, like you said, in those games and Tennessee and Baltimore, games that they lost, they ran the ball very well. But you know what? Continue running the ball well. Don't stay away from that game plan. But it's sometimes he just loves his system. I don't want to say system, but he loves his creative play calling. He loves that. And I want to say something. I feel maybe the Hard Knock cameras and the adulation and love he was getting was coming. It was getting to his head. oh, let me make a play right here so we can score a touchdown. And that's just me. This is all speculations. There's no truth to it. But I just felt like he was becoming the star of Hard Knocks. So he needed still to be the star. And sometimes that clouds your judgment.
I'll say this. I was never around Mike McDaniel and Hard Knocks. I was never around Mike McDaniel, so I don't know what his reaction was. I will say
no adjustments were made.
I will say in the locker room, the players paid no attention to the Hard Knocks people. Absolutely none. They didn't even know they were there. So I don't know if Hard Knocks was as much of a distraction
Really?
as not.
Because all I know is that they had a winning record before Hard Knocks. And then after Hard Knocks, they lost and they were losing players. Anytime a player was featured on an episode,
that's editing. I'm gonna give credit to that.
That's great editing. That's
good
beautiful.
editing.
But every damn week?
It's editing, yeah.
Every damn week, though?
Yeah. They get so much footage, and then
I know you get footage, but this week let's get the Bradley Chubb episode. Oh well, since we you know what? Since we no.
It's an old trick.
It's a good trick, but
It's
that's
a good trick.
It's a
It's an old
curse,
trick, though.
Okay, it's a damn curse. Jerome Baker's coming back. Let's film Jerome Baker. Did they know that Jerome Baker gets hurt?
They film everything.
Everything's filmed.
Everything, so that if something big happens, like an injury or something big, it's there. They document. They log everything. It's a trick. It's not a curse that, they just happen to be following Jerome Baker and he got hurt. Oh, they just happen to be following Jalen Phillips and he got hurt. No, they have.
It's a curse. I'm just kidding.
Well, I mean, Aaron Rodgers. Oh man.
I'm just saying it is. I mean, listen, everybody that was filmed, they're pretty much injured. I know 561 think I'm a jackass. I said that this was just BS and this is whatever take, but facts are facts. Every episode that they focus on that player at the end of the episode is hurt.
Good job editing. Great job editing, by the way.
Just
I know. If it bleeds, it leads.
I'm just saying, it's just don't. It was just that.
But Tua, bringing up, doesn't have the strong. Like I said, I think his ceiling, and which is a great ceiling, is Drew Brees. He's not the most strongest quarterback. Extremely accurate. Doesn't have the same pocket presence. But then again, or somebody said, maybe it was you, Vlad, maybe not. Drew Brees. It took him time. Also, these things you have to develop. You have to learn. Is Mike McDaniel and Tua going to develop to be better?
But what you're going to say is Mike McDaniel, Sean Payton?
That's another good question. That's a good question.
Is he Sean Payton?
That once again remains to be seen. Remains to be seen. If he is, then you got a great dynamic duo. If either of those two guys are not the Drew Brees, Sean Payton 1-2 punch, you got some issues. Last night's play calling was terrible, though. We know that. Still taking your calls, 305-567-0560. I got a message for Dolphins fans, though. You want to hear it next here on 560 WQAM.
WQAM.
Started from the bottom, now my whole team here. Started from the
560 Sports WQAM. Miami Dolphins, of course, feel like they're at the bottom right now. Losing bad to Kansas City Chiefs. Dolphins fans, let me tell you this. Don't feel very good right now. You had a good season, but you haven't won a playoff game in 24 years now. Do not abandon your team. That right there is a sign of just terribleness. Do not ever abandon your team, no matter how bad or how angry you get at your team. I know I've seen this happen a lot in South Florida, oddly enough. People that are native to South Florida. You a Dolphins fan? Hell no. They suck too much. I'm a Steelers fan now. That's not the way to be. You ride or die with your team. So even though it's been 24 years, even though maybe you're upset right now with Mike McDaniel and Tua Tagovailoa, even though you saw that crap bowl last night, that is not a reason to abandon your team. You ride or die with this team, because I promise you, one day, it feels like never, they're going to win a playoff game. And one day, they're going to make a run in the playoffs. And maybe one day, they'll win a Super Bowl. And the high you're going to feel from that, because you stuck through the thick and thin, is going to be way higher than someone who, Dolphins suck, they can't win a playoff game, I'm out, I'm going to cheer for the Baltimore Ravens. Because when the Dolphins do win these games, don't come back. You're not welcome back. I have no tolerance for people that leave their teams. Look at Vlad. Even though the Jets had a crapper of a season, 4 games into the season, never said, forget the Jets, I'm not caring anymore. He rode with his team. You ride with your team. Trust me, the high is going to be that much higher. If you are a Benedict Arnold and you want to bail right now, bail, but do not ever come back. Do not. You're a Benedict Arnold. I grew up my whole life watching the Saints be absolutely basura, garbage.
Basura.
They didn't know what end zone they were trying to get to half the time.
But then when they won it
When they won that Super Bowl,
oh yeah,
it was right there. I remember the bad times. I remember the good. You ride with your team. So Dolphins fans, it's upsetting. And I know, and I'm not saying we've gotten a lot of that today, Vlad. We've gotten most people that are like lifelong Dolphins fans, love them for till I die. It's frustrating right now.
Well, and they have every right to be
frustrated right now.
They have every right to be frustrated and upset, because everything was in their hands, man. You asked for this. This is
But that's your
steps,
family.
But the step, absolutely. But the steps that you take to give the fan base the hope, the promise. See, that's the thing. That 4-letter word, hope, man. I tell you, it's such a dangerous word, you know. But that's what the Dolphins fans had. They wanted the chance to control their destiny. The team gave them that. The team controlled their own destiny. And if you're telling me 3 of my final 4 games are at home in December, I'm gonna go all for it, especially with the team playing so well at home. You beat the Cowboys.
Great win. Well, let's see how they do today, but great win.
You got blown up by the Ravens. Fine.
No
okay, you know what? 3-0 would have been great. But if you win 2 of the 3, and that second win is against the Bills, and you win the AFC East, and you're the second seed, all is forgotten.
Take that monkey off your back.
That monkey became a orangutan.
That you could not get out from under.
And then now, playoff wild card weather, everybody plays in the same weather. Yes. But it's your fault. But you would have shown me something if, yes, we stumbled, we effed up. We could have hosted a playoff game in Miami, but now we have to go to cold ass Kansas City. But if you won that game, season success to me. You did everything you were supposed to do. You won 2 games. You've reached one of your goals. Maybe the goal of winning the division, no, you didn't do it, but you won a postseason game.
Yep.
First time in over 20 years.
Watch out for us next year.
Right. You learned the what it takes. You got that taste. You got that taste of victory. Now you got that loss. Hopefully you're not one of those memes of everybody when they lose and they watch the other team celebrate. But you could have been so much better. You could have had the team, you could have had the fan base in a better place. Right now, the fan base is not in a good place right now. And it's not going to be in a good place for a long time.
Until probably September. Probably September. Hurts. It hurts. And to go out like that, nothing to cheer about.
Nothing. And what are you going to do? Now you have so many questions.
Now
And there's a lot.
Do we
There's
have
so
a
many.
quarterback? Do we have a coach?
Do you have a quarterback? Do you have a coach? Which players are you bringing back? Do you have an offensive line with depth? More. What's your money situation?
Can we keep anybody healthy?
Can you keep any? Who else is going to leave?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of openings. Will other guys leave for these openings? What's going on here? It is disturbing when you see a top 5 team, a top 5 offense and a top 5 defense, and they get knocked out in the wild card round.
Don't even win their division.
And they only score 1 touchdown.
Yeah. 1 touchdown. And the week before, 2 touchdowns. 305-567-0560. Let's go back to the phone lines. Hello, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, it's Rick.
Rick.
Hey, you guys have a good sports show. This is a real sports talk show. Ain't nothing about no za and all that fool stuff going on here. Now, I got a couple things I want to say. The special teams ain't doing nothing for this team, okay? I mean, I'm a UM guy, and we get the return from the guy, and all he does is fair catch. Yeah. We don't have a dynamic special team on punt return. Our special teams always hurts us in a negative way, okay? And secondly, now if I compare McDaniels, Flores to Alabama's former coach, Nick Saban, which one is closer to Nick Saban? Flores or McDaniels? And my guess would be Flores. Mm-hmm. So I don't know all this baby and tools getting from this current regime, but it needs to change. I want to see a tough competitive football game, not the stuff I've been seeing for the past couple of years. That's all I got, guys.
I got you on that one, Rick.
Thank you, Rick.
Okay,
Rick wants to see khakis. He doesn't want to see Nike fits on the sideline. He wants to see khakis.
I will say this about the special teams. I noticed how underwhelming Braxton Berrios was this year. Part of that is Devon Achane outplayed himself. He was supposed to be a returner in a lot of ways. He said he loved returning balls, but he played so good at running back, you couldn't risk him getting hurt on special teams. But yes, Braxton Berrios in the special teams this year, very
I thought we were going to miss Braxton as a Jet because Braxton played very well for us, but we didn't. We didn't miss Braxton that much, and he wasn't really utilized as I thought he would have been.
He did nothing yesterday.
He did
absolutely nothing. Honestly, I'm sorry. He caught 0 for 0 for 0 yards.
It was only Waddle and Hill, bro. Like, and some flashes of Cedric Wilson Jr.
Jeff Wilson Jr. was good at points.
No, I'm talking about receiver wise.
Jeff Wilson. Cedric Wilson Jr.
Yeah,
he was good. He gets 3 for 37.
But then
yesterday.
Chase Claypool waste.
Nothing. You got nothing from Chase Claypool.
And Omar, I love you, bro. You're my boy and everything. But man, Omar, you cape for this guy so bad. I'm looking at you. I'm like, Chosen is not Chosen anymore. But you cape for Chosen. You cape for Chosen, and Chosen didn't do diddly squat.
Caught that one meaningless touchdown from Mike White.
Everybody, it was
against the
Broncos.
Denver
It was like
Broncos.
70. It was like, it was already 70 points, but no.
When the Broncos weren't trying, they thought you were just running the ball out.
So yes, that.
Let me
what that loss in these last 3 weeks showed you, it makes you realize you're still players away. You're still. It's not one player away or one addition away. You're still a couple of more additions away from being a real contender for the Super Bowl.
There's one player who kind of summed up the game completely. Raheem Mostert. He was hurt, but still played. 8 carries, 33 yards, 1 reception, -3 yards. That's all you need to hear right there. That explains the game for you.
So 8 carries, he was getting 4 yards a carry.
He was getting 4 yards a carry.
Keep giving him the ball.
Only got 8 of them. Decided to start passing east and west into the rain and not the rain, into the wind and all that other good stuff. 305-567-0560. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello.
Yo.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, my man?
Yeah, my name is Edwin. I'm from Miami.
Yeah.
I'm heading to the Heat game right now. I just want to say a few things.
Go.
Thank you for picking up my call, though.
Absolutely.
First of all, the fans don't give up on the Dolphins. They had too many injuries. There ain't nothing they could have did because they got too many injuries. Then what they need to fix, nobody's mentioned defensive backs. I'm seeing
the Kansas City wide receivers wide open. Where are the backs? Strong safety backs. Everybody trying to get edge rushers, defensive lines, linebackers. Nobody's getting backs.
Yeah, that is one of those things.
Thanks for the call.
Rashee Rice was wide open. Had a career day. Had the greatest Kansas City Chiefs rookie playoff game of all time. Jalen Ramsey, as good as he is, didn't look spectacular last night, but didn't look terrible.
It wasn't. He was focused on Kelsey most of the night.
Xavier Howard has had a rough year.
He ain't played, and he was hurt.
Notre Ami, Kader Kahu, had a rough game, had a rough year, man. There's no other way to put it.
And Leroy Horde told you from the beginning, it's not good. When you had to get Eli Apple out of the batch, it's not good.
And you and I talked. Another thing that really summed up last night was Kansas City. One of the dumb calls they did was the end around on 3rd and 1.
Yeah, that was the only play with Kansas City. I'm like, what are you doing?
Eli Apple was so out of position that he was in position. So they started running, and he tried to make the cut to pursue, but just gave up. And then when he saw him coming back his way, was like, wait, I'm still in position. And he made the tackle. Woo! And then Eli Apple the one that Kelsey fell on and then rolled over and then kept running again?
Yo, what was going on yesterday? I saw the Browns-Texans game. Some guy did the Booker T spin-a-rooney on Joe Flacco's head. And then the second game, Kelsey's like doing his ab crunches on somebody's back.
Jalen Ramsey has been great this year, so we got that. Xavier Howard, he had some injuries, but less than impressive year for him, at least by his standards.
It wasn't a good Xavier year. It wasn't a good X year, and then considering that he usually plays very well in the years in the contract year, this wasn't it. And
Eli Apple, we know who he is.
And the fact they didn't have a longer run. See, sometimes if you have a bad season, you can make it up with a good postseason. They didn't have an extended postseason run.
I like David Long, and I thought Deshaun Elliott was good. Duke Riley had his – well, now, of course, Duke Riley's a linebacker. I do get that. But Duke Riley had his moments where I thought he was really good last night. Then there was other points, got to talk about my fellow LSU Tiger. He got exposed. But he is also not your starting safety. So it's one of those things, not a linebacker, it's safety. Ethan Bonner actually made a couple plays last night. I was happy for him, man. He always seems like he's a really nice guy. But, the DBs – I mean, this is the league of the DB, man. Like, in this league, you're gonna get put on a poster. That's just the way it is. You're gonna get beat sometimes. You just got to minimize it as much as possible. You got Patrick Mahomes out there that's just an absolute magician out there.
Let me read some text.
Nobody got a sack yesterday.
No, he wasn't sacked. He wasn't sacked.
He's just too elusive. The couple times we had him dead to rights, that's when he broke out. He cracked his helmet. He made runs. He made plays. Patrick Mahomes, the greatest quarterback ever against the blitz. We tried to blitz for a little while. Terrible. We tried to, but you know what was just as bad when we tried to blitz? When we didn't send any pressure, where he could just sit back there. Remember that one time where he just sat back there and sat back there and sat back there, and then finally someone came open for like 15 yards?
Well, that was something that a texter have said. The fact that there was no pressure, but you had no.
What do you do?
You had no pass rushers because your 3 best pass rushers got hurt.
But pick your poison against Patrick Mahomes. You give him all the time in the world, somebody's going to get open.
Somebody
blitz.
Somebody from the 678 texted, got to give McDaniels a chance to get his own quarterback before getting rid of him. I
thought Tua was his guy.
Tua's his guy there, 678.
I think that's a ride or die right there.
954. 954. Thanks for listening and texting. You have a long one, but let me try to, keep it short. Put things into perspective. McDaniel's first year, 9 wins. Second year, 11 wins. Let's see a better run next year before we abandon ship.
No. That's what we're saying. We expect. I talked about this last night. What's your expectations for the Dolphins next year? My expectations for the Dolphins next year is they win 11, 12 games next year, and they get their first playoff win in 24, whatever, 25, however you want to do the maths year. That's once again a progression. That happens. Okay. I thought this year should have been the year they got the playoff win. They did not.
Tua's still the guy. We asked him to stay healthy and progress. He made leaps and bounds this year with both. I say we ride the 5th-year option.
Yeah.
And,
I don't think anybody's calling after that game for us to go ahead and extend them. I think it's now you're in a contract year, Tua. You played yourself into a contract year. Not forward into a contract year, but backwards into a contract year.
But he's been a Dolphin fan for 25 years, and was extremely crestfallen by yesterday's
Should be.
loss.
You should be upset. I was upset. I'm still upset. I've been on the air for maybe like 6 hours talking about this, and I'm still just as fired up as I was last night watching that game.
561 Vlad is a jackass. Thank you.
Whoa, you didn't do anything wrong.
Because of my take about the in-season Hard Knocks curse.
Oh,
which was just for
yeah,
crap and giggles.
You're
but,
poking the bear a little
yeah.
bit there. I think.
561 Riley and Apple get off this team tomorrow playing touch football.
Ooh, now Apple, take him or leave him. I mean, and I got my personal past with Eli Apple calling New Orleans trash and it stinks and it sucks and everything like that. I thought he was a lot of times out of. I think Duke Riley did a lot for this team, especially when Jerome Baker went down. He called plays. He ran the defense. He was ready at a drop of a hat. Duke Riley, to me, is a good guy. He even told me, somebody called earlier and said that he took it easy on Patrick Mahomes and he was scared to hit him. Duke Riley did tell me at a post game, because we're both LSU guys talking. He's like, dude, some of these guys like Patrick Mahomes, you wrap them up and hit them, they're throwing a flag. You just have to disrupt them as much as you can.
Yeah,
and
but
try to be
I've seen
physical.
3 plays this year, three different Chiefs games where guys could have destroyed Patrick Mahomes, and they didn't. They decided
even
not
last night,
to.
they even kind of ran him out of bounds instead of hitting him early because
Nah,
they're going to
knock
throw
him
the
out.
flag.
Knock him out.
That's the thing. Go
Knock
ahead.
him out.
Go ahead and hit him.
305. Like SI, we've got a Hard Knocks curse. You see? There you go.
I don't believe in that. I believe you're a professional athlete. You're watched 24/7 all the time anyway. That Hard Knocks means nothing.
561. Do you draft a quarterback in the second or third round as a flyer? Maybe Milton from Tennessee?
No. I say if Jaden Daniels falls to you, you take him. If not, no. And I don't think Jaden Daniels is going to fall that far. Nope. Oh, that brings me to a good point, Vlad. How about we do this? You want to do some hypotheticals next? You want to take a break? Do maybe a couple of hypothetical situations?
Why not?
Since we're talking about quarterbacks and coaches and kind of see where maybe this team might fall. Maybe what might happen. Maybe not what is going to happen, but what might. That's next here on Sports Day 560 WQAM.
Listening to
All right, Vladimir, my cousin, one of my favorite things to do, hypo time, not hydro time. Don't get it twisted. That's later on when we get off at 4:45. Hypo time, hypotheticals. I love hypotheticals so much because I'm an imaginative guy, so I like to kind of see what might happen. So we know we got Mike McDaniel. We know we got Tua. We know for the most part they're going to be back next year, but let's just say crazy things happen. Let's say for some reason Dolphins make a trade. They draft a quarterback. Mike McDaniel stays. Tua either gets hurt or in a year from now moves on. What does this offense look like with a different quarterback but the same coach? Do you think it's as prolific or do you think it takes a step back?
Who's the coach?
Mike McDaniel, still the coach, but different quarterback. No Tua.
Who's the quarterback?
Let's just say we get a
Give me a
rookie.
name.
I'm trying to think of someone that's decent but not terrible. Kirk Cousins. Somebody threw that one.
Right,
out.
that's a good one. He just threw out.
Don't come at me, please. Is it?
No, you know what? No, because you know what? He has some of the same limitations that that Tua has. I
But
think
is this team still prolific with a decent quarterback?
yes, I think
and
they
Mike
are.
McDaniels.
I think throwing the ball wise, yes, because we know that Kirk can throw the ball. Kirk and always had good receivers, and he's made them even better. Whether it was Thielen, whether it was Stephon Diggs, Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, Kirk's good, but
Well, I'm saying a quarterback of that nature,
a quarterback of that nature.
Are you still a prolific offense?
If you have Tyreek and Jalen Waddle in
Mike
that
McDaniel's
running
got some
game, yeah.
things. Okay, let's flip it and reverse it like Missy Elliott said. Let's say Mike McDaniel, for some reason, we say, you're out of here. We get a different coach.
Who's the coach?
Oh, goodness. Nick Saban. I don't know, man.
Nick Saban.
Tua's still quarterback. You get a coach, different system. Do you think Tua is still successful and this offense still clicks and this team is better or worse?
I think Tua is still successful in whatever coach gives him the confidence and believes in him, and it's not saying disparaging remarks or putting his confidence, bringing his confidence down. So a guy like the reason why I say that is because, excuse me, khaki pants.
No, let's play the theoretical.
Look what khaki pants did with Alex Smith.
Oh yeah, I mean he worked wonders with Alex
To the
Smith.
point where Alex Smith was able to get traded to Kansas City, Kansas City, and still remain a starter and help Kansas City and Andy Reid, in his early stages in Kansas City.
And let's not get into it too much, but Colin Kaepernick was at his best with.
Right, but remember he had to let Alex Smith go because he knew that he had a guy.
He had the ceiling with.
So
but
if
Colin Kaepernick's best days were with
with Jim Harbaugh. So if he's gonna go, if Harbaugh likes Tua, if he likes Tua, he's gonna work with them, strengthen his strengths, and definitely hide his weaknesses or put so many talent around him, so many pieces around him, so to that weakness is not showcased.
Yeah, Harbaugh's got a trick though, and it's not. Really
I don't care. That trick works.
Well, let me tell you,
I love the khakis.
That's what I'm saying. That this is not a trick, but it's his MO. It's what he does, and it's actually smart. Don't get me wrong. He protects his quarterback with a really good defense. Notice everywhere he's gone, the defense is great.
But
you can make a lot more mistakes when your defense is really, really good.
I kind of want to say, even though it's a Shanahan thing, I kind of want to say they kind of running a Jim Harbaugh type of offense.
Exact same thing.
So why don't you get with the originator?
So do you think this team is better if Jim Harbaugh? Let's say Stephen Ross says, you know what?
I know maybe maybe
crazy.
I am prisoner of the moment, but I'm a big Jim Harbaugh fan.
Okay.
I saw what he did at Stanford living out in LA when in the Pac-12 when he was coming out and busting Pete Carroll's ass, and you're wondering how these smart guys coming in beating all these guys from South Central. He was just good. He didn't care. Beat them down, and you didn't look at them as smart kids. You looked at the Stanford Cardinal football team. Oh my God, that's just a good
team,
football team that can play anywhere. They might have been a Pac-12 team, but they didn't play like a Pac-12 team. It wasn't always airing the ball out, even though they had good quarterbacks, Andrew Luck, but they played football. Then he went to San Francisco. San Francisco's always been known about their offense, whether it was Bill Walsh, Joe Montana, Steve Young, Jerry Rice, all of that. It's always been about finesse and being a good offense. No, he established a great defense, a defensive line, a rotating defensive line, similar to the Giants and their NASCAR defensive line, and he established a smash mouth. Yo, we're here to take your money. We're here to take everything that you have, all your belongings, and we're gonna let you know we're gonna do that. San Francisco's gone to Seattle. They've gone to Green Bay. They've gone anywhere, some of the toughest places in the world. I mean, and toughest places in the league, and they've won. You never went there thinking that, oh, San Francisco was going to get outplayed, outcoached, nothing like that when Jim Harbaugh was the coach. Did that in college. Did it take a little bit of time? Yes. But once he finally beat that Ohio State Buckeye team, they've won 3 in a row. They've been in college football playoff 2 years in a row, and they won a national championship. That means these players relate to him. They love playing for him. You saw how these players played hard for him after he got suspended 2 times, 2 3-game suspensions during the season. They could have been like, nah, man, no. They still wanted to finish the job for Jim Harbaugh. So he leads. He's a leader of men. I don't know if Mike McDaniel is a leader of men.
Here's a question. He seems to be a leader of men when the team's winning, but everybody seems to be great when the team's winning. So, interesting question. We'll ponder that, Vlad. We're going to come back after this on 560 WQAM.
It's time for Sports Day. Turn it up. It's Sports Day with Dan Day.
It's like the movie Clerks. I'm not even supposed to be here. We were not supposed to be on the air today, but Vlad and I got the call. Bills game canceled. Biggest game of the year for the Dolphins. Go on. We said, no, we don't want to just go on. We want to go on extra. So we're doing your little extended version of Sports Day, going until about 4:45, leading you up into the Miami Heat game. They're going to play the Charlotte Hornets. That's going to be kicking off with the preheat action at 4:45 with Alejandro Solana. Tommy Ty going to have the pregame for you. 6 o'clock tip for Miami and Charlotte. That's going to be Jason Jackson and Amy Audibert. And then you're going to get Tommy Tig and Alejandro Solana on the postgame. Special halftime tonight honoring Dwayne Wade's Hall of Fame induction.
You know what? South Florida needs some good news. They need some good times. So
Panthers lost last night.
Panthers lost, but they really are. Panthers and Heat are your real legitimate chance of any championship.
You saying the Dolphins are done?
Well, I mean, I don't have to say it. They are.
Just making sure.
I don't have to say it.
It felt like a bad dream, Vlad. I'm just saying. Maybe I woke up today as a nightmare.
Looked like it was like the water torture.
That was true. It wasn't even bad. It was sad.
It was sad. It was long. It was just like, end this already.
You know, at least the Browns 45-14. It was a murder, and you're like,
but at least the first half was exciting.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Like you're like, we got murdered.
Then Joe
Last night,
Flacco
it's
realized
like,
he was old. You know,
walked all over.
Then
us.
Flacco realized he was old, and then it was past his bedtime.
Back-to-back pick sixes.
Right.
Woo.
But at least the first half was something exciting to watch. There was nothing exciting about that game yesterday. Like literally, this is how bad I was. Like, you know what? Shorty annoyingly cute Taylor Swift. You might as well.
Yeah, I thought that I needed a little more Taylor Swift.
I can't believe I was actually. It got to a point where I was like, Brittany Mahomes. Okay.
I know. I was looking for Brittany Mahomes too. They opened the windows up in the press box. I was proud of them.
Then they started swag Swifting, and I was like, okay,
that was smooth.
That's all. All right. That's bad, but I'm trying to grasp. I'm trying to look for any positive from what I saw last night. I'm looking for anything positive, and it's from the other team. Not that it was, neither team is my team, but still.
Was there any point outside of that Tyreek Hill 53-yard bomb where you really felt kind of excited and joy? There was a couple like first down runs.
Not excited and joy.
A couple little runs here.
But I would say that first drive and the first drive in the second half was just like, all right,
we're going nowhere fast.
You know what that drive meant? That drive to me was like, all right, if they score this, I'm gonna be here longer. If they don't score, all right, it's time to make moves.
I'll tell you, this was my move, no lie. I went to go watch it with Giuseppe, Nathan, and some friends, and I was like, Dolphins get the ball in the second half. I'm gonna see if they can make a run at it. They definitely did not, but they made quick work of not making a run at it. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to stick around and see if Kansas City gets a touchdown or a field goal, because I wasn't questioning whether we could stop them. I just didn't know what they were going to get. They got the field goal at 19-7. I said, all right, I got to get to work and start getting ready for this post game. So I listened to the game, got here, watched the end of the game. Nothing really to glean from the end other than that fumble. There was a fumble, Kansas City. Remember that?
At the end?
Yeah, at the end, a meaningless fumble. And the meaningless third down conversion, 1 for 12 on third down. Andy Reid actually talked about it. Andy Reid, he talked about that they were fantastic. Were they fantastic on third down, or were we just that terrible on third down conversions?
Our defense with the third down ratio was incredible.
Well, yeah.
And the job that they did, 1 for 12 on third downs. That's quite a stat there.
Well, take this, Andy Reid. We were 0 for 8 on the Bills stopped us all 8 times on third down. So your team gave up one in garbage time. Was it the case of Kansas City's D being that good, or just the offense being that inept? 1 for 12 on third downs.
And
not a third
Kansas City's defense. I'm not saying
right.
The short abbreviation for that. Their defense is very good, and their defense is going to lead them in this playoff and to any success that they have this season. But what the fear was that I told you yesterday, once they start catching the ball, once they realize they get paid to catch the ball, this is still the defending Super Bowl champs, and they still got 15. And 15 showed it wasn't a great 15 game, but 15 made plays, 15 extended play, 15 did what 15 needed to do to get the ball to his playmakers and extend drives and continue drives. And they outplayed them. They outcoached the Miami Dolphins. And I'm going to keep repeating this. I need to know why in the last 2 seasons, when the month hits December and the following year happens in January, the offense is not the same high-powered, greatest show on surf. What happened to that? What happened to that team? I know that they defenses make adjustments.
Yeah, they do. But
Why,
still.
so shouldn't the offenses make adjustments to whatever the adjustments the defense just did?
You're right. And somebody brought it up earlier. I want to say it was Don. He's like, yeah, they have no problem making the adjustments and making the big plays against the Commanders. But when they got to go against the Ravens, it's not up. Yeah, we played the Commanders and the Jets late in the season, had no problems with the offense. When you step it up in class, all types of problems. Anemic offense. Last night, so bad. 1 for 12 on third down conversions against Kansas City. Pack that in with the 0 for 8 on third down conversions against the Bills. And that 1 for 12, by the way, that one was an absolute basura.
Yeah, come on, man. Empty calorie time, man.
Total garbage time. So before you did get that meaningless third down conversion at the very end of the game when the team wasn't even trying, they were laying off, not just letting you get a touchdown. You hadn't gotten a third down conversion since probably meaningless time against the Baltimore Ravens when you were down by 40 points. That's not good. That's not good, Vlad.
They doubled you in first downs. They had 25. You had
penalties.
13. Okay. They were 6 for 15 in third down conversions. You were 1 out of 12.
This is the one that got me excited. Give me the fourth down conversion. I thought maybe we had them beat there.
Okay. You had more fourth down conversions than they did. But here's the problem. If you have a lot of fourth down conversions, that's not a good thing all the time.
This is the problem.
It means you're on a struggle bus.
Were we 3 for 6 on fourth down conversions?
You were 3 for 6 on fourth down
like,
conversions, and they were 1 for 1.
Exactly. They were 100%.
The fact of the matter is, if you have 6 opportunities, for 6 times you're going for it on fourth down,
that's not good. Yeah.
It doesn't mean that you're doing good.
Even if you're a riverboat gambler and you like to roll the dice, 6 fourth downs that you go for, that's a lot.
Dolphins had 11 total drives. Chiefs had 10.
They didn't need them anymore.
And they've only scored on 1 drive. 1 out of 11.
And that one drive was 2 plays, both to Tyreek Hill.
While the Chiefs
1 for 9
scored
yards, 1 for
5 out of their 10 drives.
A lot of them field goals, so give the defense credit. Kudos.
No, I'm sorry. They scored 6 out of their 10 drives.
And the Chiefs never really had great field position to begin with. Well, we won the penalties war, meaning that we got more penalties and more yards against us. So really lost.
And it's not always about looking at the stats, but if you see the game and
The
you
stats
see
tell the story,
No.
though.
But when the stats and what you saw also though, Kuzan, match, that's when you know you got your ass beat. Because we saw the game and we know that we saw what they couldn't do. And then when you look at the stats and the stats pretty much collaborate with what you saw.
I'm not even.
Yeah, you got your ass ate.
I'm not even.
You got your ass beat.
I came on the air to be like, well, you know what? One of the bright spots was Jalen Waddle. I really thought he stepped it up tonight and really made some nice plays until I looked at the stats. 2 receptions for 31 yards.
No, Waddle did nothing.
I don't know where I got that. I'm guessing the 2 times I looked up, I saw Jalen Waddle catch a pass. And in my mind, I thought he was doing great. I was going to give him kudos. I was going to give him offensive player of the game. And then I realized he's 2 receptions for 31 yards.
And I think one of the big one was like at the end of the game.
I guess by that standard of a lot of other guys, Cedric Wilson had a more productive day than Jalen Waddle. Cedric Wilson Jr. River Craycraft had a more productive day than Jalen Waddle. Jalen Waddle, 2 receptions, 31 yards. River Craycraft, 2 receptions, 33 yards. Does that tell a story to you? Does that tell you anything?
So the team needs a lot, man. Team needs to add a tight end next season.
Needs to change an attitude.
It doesn't matter of fact, no good team doesn't have most of the good teams in the playoffs have good tight ends.
Need to add a tight end. Maybe that's our number one.
Mark Andrews is returning back for Baltimore. Obviously, you went against 87 and Kelsey. Fryermouth is a good tight end. Like you need everybody in the offense has to be a weapon. You have to have weapons all over, even in your offensive line. You get the franchise tackles. That's a weapon. You have the outside receivers. You have Waddle. You have Tyreek. You have weapons. You have Achane. You have Mostert. You have weapons. You need a weapon that could go in the middle of the field. You need a weapon that can go in the middle of the field. So a tight end would be a must.
But Mike McDaniel likes those blocking tight ends. He wants them but then you're not running the ball that much. So why are you so worried about blocking? I'm just baffled by everything that's happened over the past. Now
you're befuddled right now. Everybody, look, this was a nasty loss, this was a nasty end to the season. This was a nasty 3 weeks. Nasty. After Christmas, your New Year's was ruined. First week after your New Year's been ruined. Your second week of your New Year's ruined. They ruined Martin Luther King Day.
Yeah, I know. Why would they do that? You gave us Christmas though, so thank you for that beautiful gift.
But they didn't give you New Year's. They ruined your New Year's.
I mean,
that was a beatdown.
Yeah. And now you got the whole offseason to stew. It'd be one thing, you lose by a last-second field goal, or even, you just kind of get outplayed and, keep it close. Now we have to stew all offseason of how terrible we were, not only in that last game, but at the end of the season. It was just absolutely brutal. Beat us in every aspect of the game. And like I told you, Vlad, nothing really ever to cheer about. You never really gave the Dolphins fans hope. Like I said, even if you could beat 26-7, but you get out to a 7-0 lead, at least you're like, yeah, we're going to give it to them. We got the lead. We're nothing stopping us now. We never had that. The closest we got was 10-7.
I shout out to my friends that they couldn't get us. Every drive. They were like, maybe. Like, come on. No. Okay, we'll get them next time. You know how many times we'll get them next drive? I heard. It's like, geez.
I even get to the point, I think Kansas City fans are like, come on, just score a touchdown. Let's see what happens. Let's see if it can be fun.
BS, some Kansas City fans were happy. You saw when Miami didn't convert that fourth down in the fourth quarter?
They left a little early.
They were like, all right, we out of here. They're not scoring.
I don't care how much I spend on these tickets. I am out.
Yeah, no. Miami, that was a struggle bus. Miami was on the struggle bus yesterday.
Kudos, number one, ultimate fans of all time. If you made that trip, knowing what that weather was going to be like, bought those tickets, got that hotel, sat in that cold weather, you are number one fan. I also think about this. Let's say you got a nice little family of 4. Talk your old lady into, hey, look, I want to take the kids and you out to eat and have some drinks and watch the game. So you take them to a Duffy's Implantation or a Flanagan's wherever, or maybe you take them to, I don't know, where else, a Hooters, great dad, by the way, or a Twin Peaks, or where's somewhere else, Vlad? You want to take your family and be like, we're going to sit down. We're going to get in the atmosphere. You know what? I'm bringing the wallet. I'm paying for the food. I'm paying for some drinks for the lady and I. Let's say I'm going to spend $300, $400, $500 on a nice night. Maybe see a bonding experience to see the Dolphins in this losing streak. I can tell my kids, you were there when they, were on the rise. You spend all that money and you see that. Ugh.
Abysmal.
Dude, like I said, a better man would stay longer than me, but after that first drive in the third quarter, check, please. Not like seriously, check. I might just leave money and be like, let's go. Come on, let's go. They can keep the extra large tip. I don't care. I'd be furious. Furious.
They let the city down, man.
Daddy, why are we leaving early? The game's over. No.
Y'all left Dolphin Denny down, man.
That's true. Dolphin Denny. Rolling. Oh, man. Upset. Very upset.
How was that meeting? Like,
are we going to see it on Hard Knocks about how the...
Yeah, how was that exit interviews? Like, how's that going to be? Like, because you said this earlier. I really don't want to hear his speech.
I mean, if I'm a player, what do I have to hear from you?
Yeah, bro. Just let me get my bag. Give me the trash, the glad bag, and let me grab myself and let me get the hell out of here. Like
one more time, me meandering and telling you how this is going to make us a better team.
Nah.
I'm like, you know what? I'm a grown ass adult that just got his, handed to him. We all did. I don't need your pep talk, coach. How about this? The season's over. Let me clean out my stuff. Maybe I'll see you next year. Maybe I won't. I don't need. Okay, guys. So, no, I don't need that. Like, you think Tyreek Hill really wants to go sit through a 15-minute soliloquy by Mike McDaniel on how It's my fault. I didn't have y'all ready. And because of that, we all looked bad. No. We need to learn from this. No. Some of these guys, let's be honest, aren't going to be here next year. Why would they sit through that? Guys, great season. Have a great off season. That's what I'd say. Get out of here.
Because watching Hard Knocks and then when they were winning and seeing his side, I think a lot of, if you're a free agent this season, you would want to come to Miami. I think
Right.
you want. So
Why? So you can get blown out 26-7 in the first round of the playoffs?
See, well, and that's the flip to it.
Trying to win a championship here, bro.
You look at it, no state tax, money, the aesthetics.
Yeah,
that's great. But then you also want to win. And if your players, do you believe in the head coach? Do you believe in that quarterback that's gonna be the leader to help you win, to get you to the destination you want to get to? This is where we at right now. Because after 2 seasons, 2 playoff appearances, now the question is that quarterback is number one, the guy that can get you to where you want to get to, and is that coach that's gonna be able to lead you to the destination you want to get to. Next year's in New Orleans.
Ooh,
you missed. It's back to your hometown next year.
Come on.
Okay, a dream. Give my cousin his dream, man. Give them a Saints. Give him a Saints Dolphins Super Bowl in New Orleans.
I mean, one of the teams get there, please. Just one. That's all I ask. It doesn't have to be the Saints. It can be the Dolphins. I'm happy. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's get back to the positive. Texie just texted in, by the way. At least the Dolphins gave me the under for my birthday. That's a positive.
Yeah, I did take the under, but I ain't gonna lie to you. When they scored that touchdown with Tyreek, I was like, oh, it's 10-7 in the second quarter. I got 44.
Another thing,
this can go over.
Peacock was very cognizant that a lot of money was on the Travis Kelce over because they threw the stats out, they threw the numbers out, but they kind of tried to hide it. Like, because you knew the catches was like, 6.5, and the yards was 56.5. So they would show like 5 receptions, but no yards. They wouldn't show the yardage on it. And you'd have to kind of guess, or you'd have to, of course, go online. But like they kept updating the stats over and over and over again because everybody had the over on Kelce. That was a pretty easy bet right there. Another easy bet yesterday: C.J. Stroud 1.5 touchdowns. Come on, we knew he was going to get at least a garbage touchdown and then another one. So, but they knew, and Dolphins did their job. They kept it under. They did their part.
Oh no, look, I won that, baby.
Job too.
I won that on the Hard Rock bet.
That Hard Rock app.
That Hard Rock app.
Taking over live.
Taking over. I'm about to lay a wager right now.
Oh, some live betting right now.
Live betting. Well, I got 15 minutes before kickoff.
We talked about if you were a betting man or woman, you'd be
Holla at
crazy.
your boy.
You would be crazy to take the Dolphins. And we were right. Sometimes logic just plays right into what it's supposed to do. Be logical.
Do you like Matt Stafford and Jared Goff to each record 2+ passing touchdowns?
2
I like
plus?
That. Yeah.
Talking about three or more passing touchdowns? Both of them? I would not take that bet.
Brain, I love you. Thank you for listening, even though you're a hater. The Dolphins fall apart every year. They suck. Then they have this clown sports show on 560 every day. This group has to be the worst people on Sports Talk Radio. They really suck. It's amazing.
Take a little shrapnel right there.
No, I love the fact that he listens.
I was gonna say, Brain. By the way, I was on at midnight till about 2:00 in the morning, giving you some coverage. And Vlad and I are working on a Sunday.
Don't listen to Brain. His name is Brain.
Bunch of clowns.
Billy doesn't use his head.
I mean, if we were clowns, we wouldn't come in till Monday or something like that. We're giving you wall-to-wall coverage of this game. We're going an extra 45 minutes. That's okay, man. Hey,
I love it. I love it. You must hate it to the point that you had to respond. Don't you? That makes me laugh. You made me chuckle.
Worst people, the worst. Really suck. It's amazing. It's amazing.
That's what happens. You gotta take that too. When the Dolphins lose, you gotta take the fans who are upset, that want to hear anything, that want to hear any criticism of their team. We're not gonna do that. We're happy.
Sergey, thank you. Dang, I'm not even that mean.
We're happy. We're happy.
Sergey,
keep listening. Keep hating.
Sergey,
I love it.
Thank you, Sergey. Please go back to hating, but I do appreciate that one comment you just put up there. I appreciate that. Now go back to hating on us. Trevor is in the building, by the way, Sergey. So if you need someone to stoke your fires, Trevor from the 203 did just walk in and he gave me a thumbs up.
Listen, I don't care. He could be upset. I get it. We'll take it. We'll take it. You're upset.
And tell me, you can text in 305-567-0560. I think Vlad and I have been very fair today. I don't think we've held punches. I don't think we've kind of been, toting the quote unquote party line for the Dolphins.
I'm not going to be toting no party line for the Dolphins because I'm going to be honest. And the fans have every reason to be on to feel this way.
Everything that I've said today on the radio, I'm saying it as if the Dolphins are listening. I'm not going to sit there and say, "Oh, if the Dolphins are listening, there were some parts that they could have done better last night, but at the end of the day, no." I think for the most part we were very honest, and were we upset at times? Yes, I think we represent the Dolphins fan base. I'm a Dolphins fan. I'm upset. I'm very upset. We built.
As you should be.
I invested a lot in this team this year, as most Dolphins. Actually,
You did. You covered every home game for this team.
I know Dolphins fans that invested a lot more than I did, and they're probably very furious right now. But at the same time, that's part of the ride. That's your family.
But you know what? I give you fans credit because you're feeling.
Trevor, Sergey got Trevor good.
I think you fans feel exactly how we feel, and you're expressing it, and you have every right to, because I think every fan believed. I think every Dolphin fan believed that this was a season that they could make a serious run.
It ends now. That's what I said.
And they didn't do it.
I meant it in my heart too, Vlad. I told you in my heart of hearts, in my brain of brains, in my wallet of wallets, I believe it ends today. And I was wrong on all three. Absolutely 100% wrong on all three. Despite all the odds that were against us that we went through, I believed it ends now. A certain, as they say, je ne sais quoi. I don't know what made me believe. But you know what? Let's do it again. I'm ready. Next year, we got this. It's going to be the year that things start clicking. Mike McDaniel, third year, Tua Tagovailoa staying healthy. Injuries are going to be less, and we're going to find a way to get that number 1 or 2 seed. We're going to get that home game, and we're going to win, and we're going to reward our fans, and I'm playing. But nonetheless, I believe it. Hope springs eternal. Just like your Jets, hope springs eternal. Aaron Rodgers going to be back.
What I tell you about that word, hope?
I know.
It's a bad 4-letter word.
I know.
It's worse than love.
All year long, we ignored the signs. Couldn't beat a winning team. Didn't make adjustments.
Hey, you just saying that now. If you start listening to all the criticism and narratives that they said about this Dolphin team,
didn't listen,
and the fan base fought you. You even had me fight for you.
Can't beat the Bills,
and they were right. Tomorrow, when
Tua is a one-trick pony, that if you throw him off his game, he can't figure it out. Mike McDaniel.
Tomorrow afternoon,
we just ignored, and we ignored it. We had rose-colored glasses on, and now you look back on it, hindsight's 2020 once again, and say, why didn't we see those signs?
Tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow morning around 10:18, or tomorrow afternoon around 12:18 Eastern, when Stephen A. Smith joins First Take, and after they talk about the whatever the Cowboys did, and Colin Cowherd comes on and talks after whatever the Cowboys did. When they get to talk about the Dolphins, and they've been highly critical of this Dolphins team,
how they're frauds. I don't know if they're a fraud. I'm not going to go ahead.
And go ahead. Colin took shots at Tua, to his size, to his mobility, to his arm strength. And that all was displayed last night. And it was really displayed the last 3 weeks. And it leaves you questions.
At the beginning of the season, the rap on the Dolphins was good team, might get to double-digit wins, first round exit of the playoffs. And I said, oh, they're underestimating us. Mark my words, Vlad. Mark my words. Mark those words. Good job, Dan. Good job. There was times that it seemed like I was right, that the whole nation was just overlooking us.
All right, we're going to go to a break, but 305, you texted, bottom line, injuries ruined our season.
Nope.
I'm sorry.
Nope.
Injuries happen to every team that's in the playoffs, every team there's certain teams that didn't make the playoffs because certain injuries happen. No excuses for that.
If there's one thing let's take away from this season, stop making excuses.
Yeah.
Stop putting it on other people. It's on us.
And I think because
it's on us.
And I think the way the season ended, it was a great way. It was great because now everybody knows it was really on the Dolphins. They had their chance.
It's time.
And they choked it.
Stop saying, well, the NFL wanted Kansas City to win. They wanted Taylor Swift. They wanted more views. That's not true.
No.
The NFL moved the Bills game, but not the Kansas City game. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
You know what?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, Vlad. That's the thing, too. Injuries played a role. Well, what was the best part of our team yesterday? The defense with tons of injuries. Once again, stop making excuses. Let's go to break.
WQAM broadcast.
How often do you use your phone? All the time, right? Make sure you have the Odyssey app. It's an easy way to listen to us wherever you are. Make WQAM your favorite station and take us wherever you go.
Yesterday's price is not today's price.
Ironically, that is true. Yesterday's price is not today's price. Yesterday, I'd say the Dolphins, pretty darn valuable. Today, different price. That's not what Fat Joe meant when he said that, but yesterday's price is not today's price. I want to end on a positive note. Vlad and I have gone a little extra today because we got a lot to talk about. Honestly, Vlad, if you told me right now we got another 3 hours, I could go. I'm not gonna
I could do it.
I could do it. There's enough of that to go around. But I want to end on a positive note. I want to feel good. The Heat, they're coming up in just a couple of minutes. Charlotte Hornets are basura, as we know. They're going to be honoring Dwayne Wade's Hall of Fame induction at halftime. And then Friday, UD's numbers going in the Raptors at number 40. Represent. I know you and UD have a somewhat history together, and you love them, as we all do.
Oh, you know,
Good guy.
UD's the mayor. He's the
Man.
mayor of this place.
Man.
This town. That's UD's. It's one guy I respect out of this organization the most.
So the Dolphins, they did have a good season. Let's not take away. They had a good season.
Meh.
They had a good season.
Meh.
It was a fun ride. There were some games in there. There were some plays in there. There were some times in there that were really, really good. And they were a really good team. They're a step away from winning a playoff game. That's what I wanted to ask you.
How do you look at this season? All right, if I'm giving you a grid or a PowerPoint presentation, right?
Yeah.
If we're looking at these past 2 years,
yeah, step
they
away.
were what were they? They were 8-4. No, they were 8-3 last season.
8-3 last season, yeah.
And then they lost five out of the last 6, right?
Yeah.
But they made it to the wild card. They lost by a field goal to Buffalo.
Yes, they did.
So even though a disappointing ending, it was still an upward trend, correct?
Yes,
because it was the first season for McDaniel, first season of Tua under McDaniel, first season of Tyreek. You add play, it's an upward trend, right? Upward first season.
They were 11-4 at one point this season.
Then this season,
when they beat the Cowboys,
you were 11-4.
Yeah, beat the Cowboys.
You had control of your own destiny because you beat Baltimore and you would have been the top seed. Not only did you not get the top seed, you lost, but you had a chance to get the second seed. You know, so if you're not gonna be number 1, you know, you could be number 2.
Give those fans a home game. Give yourself a home
You
game.
can give your
deserved it.
fan base a home game. You can give your fan base a division title,
You
something
deserve
they
not
haven't
to
seen.
freeze your ass off in Kansas City. You deserve a nice home game.
Somebody hasn't seen something that they haven't seen in over 20 years is a playoff victory and a division title.
Can we get to the positivity part?
And you lost. You choked that. And then you played in your wild card game back to back for, you know, first time in a long time, back to back playoffs.
No shame in that.
And you froze your ass to death. So therefore,
Well, your offense was more frozen than the weather, but go ahead.
and if you really take a look at this team, why has the offense struggled over the last 3 weeks? Why does the offense seem to struggle went towards the end of the season over the last 2 years? What's going on? Everybody's ass is on the grill right now. Okay, they're on the Foreman grill, and this upcoming season, a lot of things need to happen. I think they're gonna have to go all in.
I thought they were this year.
No, I
to be
thought they
honest
were,
with
but
you.
they really gonna have to go all in because a lot of contracts, a lot of
Yeah.
a lot of things are gonna change. And if you're about to give this man 9 figures, you're about to give that man $250 million. You have to have a win, or you have to be sure that guy is the guy, so that if you don't have the premium talent around him,
Yeah, you
he
put
can
yourself-
develop some players and develop players into becoming something, and you know that you have a team that's going to be able to compete for years to come.
Ask the New York Giants about giving the man the bag and he not being the man. If you're going to give that man the bag, you better make sure he's the man, because you are going to handcuff yourself severely.
And that's the problem with the NFL.
Severely.
Because if you don't really believe in the guy, but he's at least shown you something, but is the next guy going to give you the same thing that Tua is giving you? No, but that's a decision. That's a question you're going to have to make, because that's the thing. If this thing doesn't work out with Tua and Mike, that means you got to get a new coach and a new quarterback.
Yeah. You got to blow the whole, I mean, to be honest, that means you got to blow the whole thing up.
You got to blow the whole thing up.
If you don't have a good quarterback and a good coach, you don't have anything. Okay. I'm sorry. But if you want to give Tua the money, you make darn sure that you believe he's the man. Because like I said, you pay Daniel Jones the big money, and let's be honest, he ain't the man.
He wasn't the man, but the Giants were quite,
Now
between
you're
a rock and a
caught.
hard
now
place.
You're paying a guy who's not the man a ton of money, and you don't have the money to pay other people to bring in or to pay, aka Saquon Barkley. I thought maybe you were getting to what grade would you give this team for the season?
I would give them a C. This was, that ending was bad, bro. Let me tell you, the ending was bad. I would fail them, but they had such a good beginning that the ending, yeah, I'd give them a C, maybe a C plus.
Okay, I'm going to go opposite. I'm going to take a step outside my fan and be an outsider looking in. Look, you made advancements this year. Your quarterback and your receiver were MVP candidates for parts of the season.
Yeah, but Tua was the MVP candidate last season.
The defense had an upward trend as the season went on.
I give you that. New coach, new
You won
scheme.
a bunch of games.
You won 2 more games.
Got into the playoffs. You controlled your own destiny. And although you did not do what you needed with your destiny, you had that opportunity. You put yourself in that opportunity. You did have a lot of injuries. On the outside looking in, not, if I weren't a Dolphins fan and if I'm working at ESPN National and I'm seeing it, I give this team a B or a B plus. A lot of positive.
I wish I had you as a teacher.
No, an A is a team that makes noise in the playoffs. A B plus is a team that's really good. It's not an A. You didn't ace anything. You're good. You were real good. A teams win playoff games. A teams make runs into the playoffs. A plus teams get to the Super Bowl.
He is absolutely grading on a curve, Suppy.
Okay. So what grade do you think? You giving him a C, a C plus?
I give him a C. 954 tweeted text. He would give him a C minus.
That means you're below average.
Yes.
You're saying the Dolphins were a below average team this year.
I think they
Is that what
finished.
you're saying? A team that made the playoffs that won a
They're
lot of
average.
games is below average.
They're average.
They're an average team.
They're an
Average is 9-8.
Yeah.
9-8 is the New Orleans Saints.
They're an average team.
9-8 is the.
You know why? Because above average teams doesn't lose 3 in a row like this when 2 games at home.
You're grading on the whole season. You're not grading on the end of the season.
So that's what I'm saying. So what I saw in the beginning of the season, they proved to me that they should have been able to win some of these games towards the end of the season. They didn't do that. To me, they still average. They're not above average.
C means you're
You know
an
why?
average team.
Detroit Lions. Lions were under the same category, same narrative as the Dolphins. You know what they did? They won games, or at least they competed and showed that they can win the game. They hosting a playoff game tonight. Miami could have been doing that, the same thing this afternoon. Right now should be Game Day Uncensored, post-game edition. Dolphins beating the Bills, going on to be hosting Kansas City. That's what should have been happening right now.
That is what should be happening.
They should be hosting Kansas City this upcoming weekend, my birthday weekend.
That'd be fun.
Not the other way around. They should not have to be going. They should not have to have had to go to Kansas City last night. They didn't handle their business.
No, they did not.
So when you don't handle your business, you effed up. And when you F up, I got to grade you on your F up. And when you F up, you get a C. Because I'm going to be nice enough to remember what you did in the regular season. But that ending, I always remember. You always remember the last thing. Always remember the last thing. You know?
Well,
the last thing I remember?
It was the most
3-game losing streak.
It was the most important thing.
3-game losing streak.
But I'm grading on the whole season.
3-game losing streak to the 3 best teams in the AFC. You could have been that team. You beat Buffalo, you're one of the 3 best teams in the AFC. You lost to Buffalo, you ended up being the 6th best team in the AFC.
Mm-hmm. And the only team worse than you was the Steelers in the playoffs.
Okay.
And let's see
the Texans, but the Texans won their division, and in retrospect, they have the same record with you right now because they won their game and you lost.
Texans looked pretty darn good yesterday, by the way.
So yeah, this is a C. It's a disappointing season, bro.
Is it a disappointment?
It's a disappointing season.
I think you're maybe caught up in the moment.
No, I'm not. I thought no. This is not me. No, this is not trying to. This is a disappointing season because of the expectations and what they did. The thing about it is when you win. Expectations go up. You're building. You're stacking. And it got to a level where the fan base, the haters, ops, we're like, yo, this Dolphins team is really good. Like, this Dolphins team can go. Like, Tua's a quarterback. Nobody doubting Tua the way they were doubting Tua. They doubt Tua because of, what can he do in the playoffs? But when you look at the regular season, they were stacking the wins. You're like, they can do it. Then when they face real competition, oh, that's why they were saying this. Oh, that's why the criticism was coming for him like that. That's the criticism for the coach. And they didn't do anything to change it. You scored 40 freaking points in the last 3 weeks.
I know. And with that being said, I do believe next year we take a step forward. And like I said, 11, 12 wins.
That's
win the
cool.
division,
So
host a
okay,
playoff game,
so
get a win.
let me ask you this then: what's the expectation next year for the Dolphins?
Win a playoff game.
That's it.
That's it.
In 3 years under Mike McDaniel, you just want him to win one playoff game.
I want to win the first playoff game in 23 years.
Man,
yes, that
it's
is my
conference
goal.
championship or bust for this team next season.
Conference championship or bust. Did
Yes.
you see what happened last night when they lost 26-7?
It's conference championship or bust. You've lost 2 years in a row without winning. Wild card game doesn't do anything. You got to win. You've got to win the division next season. You've got to be hosting a playoff game. Has to be.
I said,
there
win
has
the
to be.
division, get a home game, win a home game,
And
in
they
the playoffs.
Okay.
And I'll say, okay, progress. Now, the next, that once again, I'm not getting any further than that. I believe in a 10, 11, 12 win season next year.
Okay, you had that this season.
Exactly.
Okay.
But I believe that you win your division this year, next year, whatever you want to consider it. And I believe you get that home game, you get that playoff win. And then whatever happens after that, as we say in Cajun French's lanyap, a little something extra.
Yeah, a lot of people would give them a C for the season.
C for the season. Average. An average NFL team that won 11 games, that went to a playoff game. I know the playoffs are expanded. I get that now. Is that what's something?
No. Somebody Platinum Sports says Vlad's talking like he needs a body in the streets, and I'm just like, no, man. If you really you ask me how I look at the season, when you start thinking about the season, you start thinking about the highs, and then you think about the lows, and then the lows is really low, and you ended on a low.
The highest point was beating the Cowboys on Christmas Eve. The lowest point was yesterday. Hey, well,
lowest point was yesterday. Lowest points that it goes back to back. That Sunday loss to Buffalo worse.
No,
I'm gonna tell you why. Listen, 85% of the fan base didn't really believe they were gonna win yesterday. They were just hoping. That's why I told you that 4-letter word hope is bad. But last Sunday, you were expecting to beat Buffalo. Beat Buffalo at home, shut them up. Leave the Hard Rock, go into the new year, new work week, new school year with a win, division title, the whole nine. And then they crap the bed. And then the way they crap the bed, the interception. There is context in losing. Tua throwing the interception to Buffalo last week.
Buffalo wasn't do or die, though.
Buffalo was do or die.
We didn't know it at the time.
Oh, I told you it was do or die from the minute. No.
There will be a tomorrow no matter what happens against Buffalo. There was no tomorrow.
I even asked you, would you rather lose to Dallas and beat Baltimore? You said yes, right? You know why? Because that was a conference win. Okay? You beat Baltimore, you're a 2 seed right now.
I wanted Dallas over Buffalo because I just wanted to get into the playoffs so I could breathe easy for a couple of weeks. That's why I said I'd take Dallas over Buffalo.
But they didn't do that.
They did that exactly.
They didn't do what they needed to do. And that's the reason why they hosted a game. I mean, they didn't host a game this afternoon. That would have been ending now. They had to play in cold-ass Kansas City last night.
Against a team that's got a lot of experience and maybe has been holding back a little bit until the playoffs.
The defending champs.
Yep. With a legendary coach and a legendary quarterback.
And a legendary tight end, yeah.
And a legendary edge rusher.
Just like,
a lot of good things going on there.
Just the creme de la creme. The best.
I need a drink, Vlad. Thanks.
Me too.
I'm gonna go drink some beer. I got this Heat game, but we've got the Heat coming up, Charlotte. Congratulations, Dwayne Wade. So that's a guy who knew how to win a championship in a playoff game.
It definitely would not choked.
Yep, Vlad. Anything exciting the rest of the day, or are you just gonna lay low?
Lay low.
Yep, me too. I'm gonna finish out this Heat game, go home, drink some beer, get ready for the week. Who knows, Vlad? You got a birthday next weekend. We will not be here. Happy birthday. Feliz cumpleaños.
Happy belated birthday to you. Your birthday was last Saturday.
Yeah, great stuff, man. So now we got the Heat coming up next. My cousin Vladimir Lewis on. Thank you so much. We're going to be on a lot more now that the Dolphins have taken off. So there's a silver lining for everything. This has been Sports Day on 560 WQAM.
Later, fools.
Streets need a party.